Democrats to college-educated voters and those that support them to take on that debt, that they're trying to support them. That being said, I think the likelihood of any sort of enactment, given the Supreme Court has already struck us down, is unlikely.
All right, Zach, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate getting your analysis there and your comments. Bloomberg Government Congress reporter Zach Cohen.
With our news, I'm wondering why just stop at student debt. You know, because mortgage debt is my big problem.
Of course.
And if you want my vote, you know, stamp out mortgage debt.
All right. Well, you got that 3%. He's got a 3% rate. John Tucker's got world. Let's go, John Tucker. And you can do whatever you want, John.
Whatever you want. Well, it's kind of both because this overlaps with the markets. The strike is expanding, and that is weighing on risk assets. The UAW to strike 3 more Stellantis, GM, and Ford assembly plants. The latest news there. Quick look at Ford shares. They're down 0.2% right now. Stock market indices on track for a 3rd straight day of advances. We did have fresh data this morning showing core inflation rising less than expected in August. That's the Fed's preferred measure of inflation, boosting risk assets initially. But we're off the session highs, as I said. Treasury yields, they have paired some of the earlier declines. S&P 500, 17 points higher. That's up 0.4%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 31 points. The NASDAQ 100, 118 points higher. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Matt and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Matt Miller, Paul Sweeney here in Bloomberg's studio in rainy New York City. Let's go to our next guest, get right back to these markets. John Hurdle joins us, Executive Chairman at Hurdle, Callahan and Company. Hey, John, we have a risk-on day today, but there's still a lot of concern out there. September was a tough month for risk assets, stocks down. How do you guys think about the rest of this year? You know, it's still driven in large part by this Federal Reserve. How are you guys thinking about it?
Well, we like to have a real yield in the bond portfolio for the first time in a long time. You know, the first 30 years I was in the business, bonds were such a critical dimension of a diversified portfolio. And then we got to this place where we had no real yield and we needed the bonds to stabilize the portfolios. But the price of that stabilization was huge because we got no real yield. So as an investor, I like having real yield back in the bond market. I also feel like this is more of a stock picker's market. It's not just risk on, risk off. That's a term that has really become popular in the last 10 years. It's more of a trading term than an investing term. We're always risk on because we think to fulfill our clients' missions, we've got to be in growth assets, which are stocks and private equity and so forth. So it's really a question. We're investors, not traders. And so this market actually feels a little more normal than what we've gone through for the last 10 years.
So what do you think in terms of the 60-40 split? Is that still the way to go for the average investor, or would you allocate more to bonds right now at these yields?
We wouldn't really allocate. We're not allocating more to bonds yet, and we've been about 70-30. So for a long time, we've been more growth-oriented than fixed income than income-oriented. But we are adding duration. So we feel like if we can move up duration, and we're still underweight relative to the investment grade index, but we're closer to matching it. We're adding duration. So we feel with a 10-year to 460, we're getting closer. Could it get to a 5%? Interesting. But at this point, we can increase yield, so get current yield. The yield curve is steepening a little bit. And if we do slip into a recession and interest rates drop again, then we get capital appreciation out of those bonds. So we're adding duration.
John, on the equity side here, some of the performance, or most of the vast majority, if not all of the performance in the S&P 500 has been from a handful of names, the Magnificent Seven. Do you chase those here, or do you try to look for some of the names that have not participated?
Well, Mark Andreessen wrote years ago that software is eating the world. And so that is a secular change. It's kind of like the Industrial Revolution. On the other hand, Howard Marks says beautifully that there is no asset in the world that's a good investment at any price. It depends on the name. You've got to go name by name. And by the way, there are other companies that we like that are not tech. We do like the tech sector. We like the U.S. Relative to the world because of our exposure to technology. But really, when we think about the great technology companies like Microsoft, they have strong balance sheets, they have an installed base, and they have a moat around their business. there are other businesses like Thermo Fisher and Canadian Pacific Rail that aren't tech companies. Well, Canadian Pacific isn't a tech company per se, but it also has a strong balance sheet, installed base, and moat around its business. So, it's not just tech companies, but we think it's companies that have that kind of a strong position and can manage through these uncertain times.
Are you concerned about, we talked so much about the fact that inflation was helpful to earnings, and now if we're in a disinflationary environment, will that hurt earnings?
Maybe. Markets are always priced at equilibrium. So every time I sell something, someone's buying it from me, and every time I buy something, someone's selling it to me. So there's this notion that there's always a positive and negative story. Right. And interest rates, 5 years ago, we were desperate to get interest rates higher, and the Fed just couldn't get it done. And then, we had this COVID situation and probably the $6 trillion.
Hey, John, we're going to have to, we're going to have to leave it there just because of time, but we appreciate getting your thoughts. John Hurdle, Executive Chairman at Hurdle, Callahan & Company. Right now, with our news in New York City, here's Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Paul and Matt. California's senior senator, Dianne Feinstein, has died, a liberal icon in her day. The former mayor of San Francisco was elected to the Senate in 1992. Feinstein rose to become chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee. She also wrote the 1994 assault weapons ban, part of a career that saw her call for tighter gun restrictions.
If you can't buy a beer, you shouldn't be able to buy an AR-15.
Feinstein was the oldest member serving in the Senate at the time of her death. Senator Dianne Feinstein was 90. It is not looking good right now for Capitol Hill lawmakers to put together a deal to keep the government running. Congress must pass a spending bill by the end of tomorrow. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby.
We got enough money right now left we can continue to support Ukraine with some security assistance packages in coming weeks. But without that supplemental funding, we asked for $13 billion from Congress just for defense-related support to Ukraine. Without that supplemental funding, we could actually have a real significant problem supporting Ukraine.
Kirby spoke on ABC. The UAW announced they will strike 3 more Stellantis, GM, and Ford assembly plants as the strike goes past 2 weeks. Meanwhile, the UAW is irate over recent reports of violence against their striking members. UAW President Shawn Fain talked about an incident this week in Michigan.
In Flint, a non-union contractor driving a large SUV was leaving a General Motors parts depot when they sped up and hit 5 of our members, sending 2 to the hospital in an ambulance.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul has declared a state of emergency for New York City. Heavy rain has flooded streets. Global news, 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Still in the green, but the news that the UAW strike is expanding did hear some of the advance in stocks. United Auto Workers Union planning to expand its strike against General Motors, Stellantis, and Ford to 3 more assembly plants. A drop in Treasury yields deepening after the Federal Reserve's preferred measure of inflation increased at a slower than expected pace. Meantime, Ravella Faruqi at High Frequency Economics believes the Fed's inflation fight is just about over.
We continue to think that the Fed is at a peak. We also continue to think that the Fed is going to be cutting interest rates next year, not because of, any impending recession, but because of the fact that, we are going to see a more restrictive policy stance as that inflation rate continues to come down. And we continue to see that coming down pretty substantially.
Right now, the S&P 500, 21 points higher. That's up 0.5%. We're at 43.21 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average of 45 points. That's a rise of 0.1%. And the Nasdaq 100, 138 points higher. That is up 0.9%. Two-year yield down 2 basis points. The 10-year is 5 basis points lower. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Matt and Paul.
I'll tell you what.
Yes.
It is raining.
Yeah.
And you know what? I should say, I always think of our audience as being pretty New York centric, in here or New Jersey, Connecticut, this area. But for those of you who are outside of New York, it's like biblical here. It is coming down, and it's been coming down all week. But it's so bad that we're going to have, I believe, and Rich Truman, correct me if I'm wrong, a joint governor-mayor press conference, or at least a briefing at 11. There's going to be, yes. So Mayor Adams
now, you
and
have to
Governor
recall
Hochul.
the last time we had huge deluges, which closed some roadways, underground apartments, the basement level apartments in the city. Some 40 people drowned. I mean, it's a big deal.
Yep. All right, we'll have to see. It's tough getting out of the city today, that's for sure. All right, Tom Farley joins us here. He's the Chief Executive Officer of Bullish, former president of the New York Stock Exchange, here to chat with us. Hey, Tom, first of all, thanks for joining us. Tell us about what you guys are doing at Bullish.
Great to be on with you. I am soaked, by the way. I heard you talking about the rain. I just walked into the office from a meeting and am completely drenched.
There you go.
So I'm glad this is radio.
But you're on Zoom as well. We got you on YouTube. We got you out on YouTube. There you go, my man.
Great to be with you guys. Yeah, Bullish. Look, we from the outset, we're taking an approach of being a compliant adult digital assets exchange, and that didn't really benefit us, to be honest with you. In 18, 19, 20, it felt like the exchanges that were winning in many cases were kind of cutting corners and doing things differently than we were doing. But in the long run, it'll work out. In many ways, Paul, guys like you and I, that people might look at and say are granddads, but we've been in markets for all this time. We've seen the future, and the professional financial services businesses will win. In the digital asset space, there will be 2 to 4 global exchanges, not 5, not 1, and they will be well-run businesses. And so we've just focused on institutions only, fully regulated, coins that actually make sense. Everybody loves a frog coin or digital animal drawing or what have you, but what I'm really looking for are the projects that are adding real value in the world, that are benefiting from blockchain technology to do good things, to make for a more efficient financial market. And so those are the areas we've been focusing on Bullish, and it's working. We're gaining market share. We're the number 2 exchange in the world for ETH. We're on any given day 3, 4, or 5 for Bitcoin, which are obviously 2 of the big ones out there.
Well, I'm definitely not a granddad. I want to point out that Tom Farley was born after the Beatles broke up. So you did, though, Tom.
Which, by the way, in crypto, it makes me a great granddad.
Exactly.
Honestly, when I I got into this back in 2012, but it was through an investment in Coinbase, pre-revenue. I got lucky, to be honest, but kind of learned the space and then immersed myself in 2020, and it was like the jargon, the inscrutable jargon, and I would say like that doesn't make any sense, and people would look at me like literally like I was 1,000 years old, like, oh, you'll just never get it.
That's why they make up that kind of jargon, by the way. I've been following crypto for about the exact same time. I bought my first Bitcoin in December of, I guess 2013. December of 2013 was when I got my
nice
first
trade
one for $600.
Well, he lost it, the key, though.
I did lose my password. But Tom, you were pretty busy at the time running the New York Stock Exchange, which is arguably, you know, the most important exchange in the world. Certainly historically it is. How have you used what you learned at ICE and at NYSE in the world of crypto?
Oh my gosh, like a million ways, especially now, you know, coming out of all the shenanigans of 2021 and 2022 and people being hurt and, you know, deception, outright fraud in some cases. People now care about credit-worthy counterparties. They care about businesses being run the right way. And look, I'd love to tell you what we're doing at Bullish is like, you know, solving differential equations, but it's not. It's connecting buyers and sellers and ensuring that you have a lot of bids and offers tightly wrapped around the market price. And that's what I've done since I was 28 years old, or 29 years old, when I went into the New York Board of Trade, which could be a whole nother radio hour to talk about a 29-year-old kid trying to break up floor trading, but let's leave that aside.
Hey, Tom,
it's really the same. It's really the same thing. In fact, in some ways, it's easier. You know, at the New York Stock Exchange, we were processing 100 million messages a second in our options feed. 100 million messages a second. In crypto, if you're doing 5,000 a second, you get a gold medal. So in some ways, it's easier. Some ways, it's more difficult. But every day, all day, I'm benefiting from the great people that I learned from in exchange world my whole career.
Tom, how frustrating is it to you and maybe just the crypto market in general when it still feels like traditional financial Wall Street, if you will, global banking, if you will, still does not really recognize or appreciate crypto? I mean, Jamie Dimon's still not on board, just for an example. How do you put that in context?
I mean, you know, it's interesting. It's a good question. And you know, Warren Buffett, I would add to that. I mean, these are people I think highly of. But when you drill into their message, I actually share a lot of their concern. You know, they were, especially Jamie, was talking at the height of the mania and kind of saying, hey, I've seen this movie before. Yep. And look, to some extent, he was right. And we as an industry have brought the uncertainty that we're in right now upon us. It was, as I said, it was too much jargon, it was too much deception, there were too many fraud coins. So it was right. At the same time, JP Morgan is doing projects to benefit from the interesting technological facets of blockchain. You know, the finality, the instant finality or instant settlement, the transparency that goes along with blockchain, the incremental security that goes along with blockchain. JP Morgan engages in brokerage for and prime brokerage or futures kind of commission business for Bitcoin or Bitcoin futures on the CME. So I think really what you were seeing from some smart, look, there were some people that just don't get it. They think Bitcoin's going to go away tomorrow. Bitcoin ain't going away anytime. But there were some people I think who just sensed something wasn't right, and there was some merit to that. And this is a time of retrenchment, and I have a lot of hope, maybe even optimism, that we've bumped along the bottom and things are getting a lot better quickly.
Hey, Tom, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time there. Tom Farley, CEO of Bullish, former president at the NYSE, talking about the crypto space and the exchanges that support the crypto space. And as Tom was suggesting, they've got some work to do, arguably, as an industry to kind of shore up a lot of aspects of that market.
Man, 10 years ago, if you had the choice between JP Morgan stock and Bitcoin,
boom.
Oh, if you chose Bitcoin, you're in the money, kid.
You're in the money, kid, particularly if you remembered your, what is it, your password or something like that? Anyway, we'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Nike shares are higher after the company reported profit that beat estimates and a bigger than expected drop in inventory. Bloomberg's Simone Foxman says it's not all good news.
The concern, however, China underperforming in same-store sales, still up 12% year-on-year, but most expectations had been for over 15%. Jefferies analyst Randall Kotick telling us yesterday he is very concerned about the potential for China volatility, as well as some market share losses on the fringe, especially in running shoes. But the emphasis on cost cuts, margins that were better than expected, part of what's driving the surge in Nike shares today, the most since December.
Shares right now up about 7.5%. Some positive news for the cruise industry. Carnival reported third quarter revenue that hit an all-time high. Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle has a breakdown.
For the quarter that they just report, they did beat estimates for earnings. It came in stronger. On a year-over-year basis, last year it was a big loss of about 65 cents. GAAP earnings this year, 79 cents. So much improvement there. Revenues were a little bit higher as well. They're also talking about bookings for 2024 being locked in.
Well, it's not doing much for shares. Right now, Carnival is down about 4%. We have Royal Caribbean down 0.7%. Norwegian down about 3%. And the CEO of LVMH is being questioned over possible money laundering. That's according to the Paris Public Prosecutor's Office. Local reports say the investigation into French billionaire Bernard Arnault involves transactions related to the property in the exclusive ski resort of Courchevel. Those are the company stories we're following this hour. I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Matt Miller, Paul Sweeney here in our Bloomberg studio in rainy New York City. Markets definitely moving higher. S&P 500 up 0.6%. NASDAQ up 1.1%. How about that? So we're seeing a nice move there. On the yield front, yields coming in here. We have the 10-year Treasury off 5 basis points, 4.53 on your 10-year Treasury. WTI crude oil also pulling back about 1% here today to about $90.75. So still pretty elevated there. The VIX, I'm going to call out for Tom. Why not? It is below 16 at 15.92. With our news in New York City, here's Michael Barr.
Paul, Matt, thank you very much. Democratic Senator Dianne Feinstein of California has died at age 90. Feinstein served as California's senior senator since 1992 and was among several trailblazing women elected to Congress that year. Former colleagues are remembering Feinstein. Former U.S. Senator Heidi Heitkamp on how Feinstein helped shape history.
The one thing that's not ever going to get said is she was a convener when Joe Biden was leaving the White House as vice president, and everybody thought that was the end of his political career. She convened all the senators at her home and hosted a big event for him. When Hillary decided to run, she brought in all the women senators, and we sat around a table and we talked to Hillary one-on-one.
She served as chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee. Feinstein also helped draft the 1994 assault weapons ban. Feinstein was the oldest member of the Senate at the time of her death. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's plan to get short-term spending proposals on the chamber floor today to avert a government shutdown is now facing a new resistance from fellow Republicans. In a letter to House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, more than 24 Republican House Freedom Caucus members are asking for more details on the Speaker's stopgap spending plan. At least 10 House Republicans are saying they will not back any short-term spending resolution under any circumstances. However, McCarthy put some of the blame for the likely shutdown on Democrats during a news conference aired on Bloomberg.
Every member will have to go on record of where they stand. Are they willing to secure the border, or do they side with President Biden on an open border and vote against a measure to keep government open?
Service members would be required to continue working, but without pay, and thousands of their civilian colleagues would be furloughed. A teenager who killed 4 students at Michigan's Oxford High School in 2021 will be sentenced to life in prison with no chance for parole. A judge says it comes after weeks of hearings from experts who clashed over Ethan Crumbley's mental health. When it rains, it pours in the New York subway system. Multiple lines were shut down in Brooklyn this morning after torrential rain pelted the metro area, prompting warnings from flooding in the city, as well as Long Island, Connecticut, and New Jersey. New York City officials urge residents in basement apartments to seek higher ground. New York Governor Kathy Hochul has declared a state of emergency for the city. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg. Paul, Matt.
Yeah, Michael Barr, thank you so much. You're not kidding, boy. It is nasty out there. Matt Miller and Paul Sweeney live here in our studios in New York City. Yeah, I'm just checking my MTA app, Matt. I mean, you got a lot of stuff suspended, a lot of lines on the subway suspended, a bunch partially suspended, trains being rerouted, and delays on just about everything else. So it's no joke out there.
It just begs the question, why did you come in to work today?
Dumb.
I mean,
decision.
Honestly, when you see this kind of weather and it's a Friday.
Yes. It kind of snuck up on me a little bit.
Do you have the gear? Do you have the gear to broadcast from home?
I do.
So then you should have said, you know what?
I should have.
I'm going to plug this in here.
Yep.
I'm going to make myself a croissant.
Yep.
And a nice cup of tea.
That's the way to go.
Get cozy.
Yep.
And broadcast from home.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. I learned a lesson here.
I'm glad you're concerned about him. Hello.
John's got to
True,
drive
both of you.
back to this
Both
thing.
of you. You know,
Yeah,
living
exactly.
in a separate state from where you work. Just stay there.
Well, I mean, you know, Michael Barr's got to go to Eastern Ohio. That's where he lives. More coming up. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
We got a lot of green on the screen here, but the volume is light.
We constantly underestimate the strength of the U.S. consumer.
This is a market that's much more optimistic or bullish than maybe the central bankers are.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
There's still some concern out there in the market that there is room for things to deteriorate a little bit more than what they're indicating.
As small and medium-sized businesses struggle, they don't present as much competition.
The supply chain has still got dislocations globally and here in the U.S.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up in this hour, we're waiting for New York City Mayor Eric Adams and New York Governor Kathy Hochul. They're going to have a virtual briefing to discuss the heavy rainfall and ongoing flooding in New York City. So
Even they're working from home.
I know, and I'm here. But anyway, when that comes, we'll bring that to you. Plus, we're going to check in with Joe Mysack because
it's Munis.
It's Munis, baby. It's Friday, so we're going to talk all things Munis. And then Ben Emmons, head of fixed income with New Edge Wealth. He's going to join us to talk about these markets and maybe where this economy is going. Let's kick this whole thing off with a Bloomberg Business Flash from Mr. John Tucker.
All right, let's start off with a little more clarity on the UAW strike. The union is going to expand the strike against Ford and GM. Stellantis, they've been spared. Looking at Ford shares down about 0.6%. So overall, stocks are higher, and the latest data suggests the Fed's rate hikes are over. The Federal Reserve's preferred measure of inflation got those figures this morning increasing at a slower than expected pace. Treasury yields, they're lower. That's especially helping technology stocks. Crude oil prices may be lower right now, but Brent still above $95 a barrel. And Stephen Shork of the Shork Group sees prices going even higher.
We're at very low supplies. There's going to be a tremendous strain on the market. Already is. It's a clear signal that the market is undersupplied. There's too much demand. And again, we'll need prices to go even higher here to even out and bring this market back into equilibrium.
And the S&P 500 right now 20 points higher, up 0.5%, 43.19 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 30 points. NASDAQ 100 is up 140 points, up just shy of 1% for the tech-heavy NASDAQ 100. Jane Fraser had a Citigroup interviewed on CNBC. She says cracks are developing, at least from her perspective. They issue lots and lots of credit cards, so they see lots and lots of consumer FICO scores. So she says she is seeing cracks develop
in consumer credit.
Consumer credit, well, consumer spending, too.
Yep.
So
all right,
there you go.
Good.
That is your Bloomberg Business Update.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Matt Miller, Paul Sweeney, live in our Bloomberg studio, HQ New York. We're also streaming on YouTube. So head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Radio. Nice day in the market. We are off the highs, but the S&P 500 up about 0.5%. Let's see where the action is under the hood. We check in with Bloomberg equities reporter Nora Melinda, who joins us in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. You know, braving through the rain. We appreciate that. Nora, what do you got?
So U.S. equities are actually up this morning, but on a more macro level, the S&P 500 is still on track for its biggest monthly drop of the year and worst quarter since September. But I'm looking at a few individual stock names this morning. We've got Nike up more than 10%. It has since paired a little bit, but it jumped after a surprise quarterly result showed demand for the sportswear giant is strong and growing despite a challenging consumer environment. And a lot of retail stocks are rallying in sympathy this morning. We've got Under Armour and Dick's Sporting Goods and other apparel and footwear stocks trading higher. Traders were really looking to Nike to offer a crucial look at the financial health of the American households, especially as Wall Street has been fretting over a growing list of headwinds.
And you also, I guess, work down inventory, because I know that's been an issue for a lot of these retailers.
Right. And really, apparels and retailers have been trailing the market by a wide margin this year with rising borrowing costs and, of course, still elevated inflation pressuring demand for sneakers, clothes, and other discretionary items. And earlier, we did have Michael Wilson recently saying that he is warning that risks are rising for consumer stocks given the higher prices at the pump and, you know, of course, the impending student loan payments coming back into the question. So the consumer space has, you know, really been a topic of discussion as of recent. So everyone's really looking to see how the consumer will hold up in this environment.
So I see a company here that I haven't thought about in a long time in your notes. BlackBerry.
That's still a thing?
What on earth do they even do anymore?
See, I thought that was an interesting one. That one caught my eye. BlackBerry is down more than 4% this morning. Analysts are cautious on the company after it reported second quarter results that are seen as weak. Its revenue came in below expectations. We had here in-house Bloomberg intelligence analyst John Butler saying that the results show weakness spread across the business and management sees these pressures as fleeting, but we are skeptical. And then RBC said that it continues to see challenging near-term fundamentals, but is mainly focused on the strategic review. But, you know, as you mentioned, Matt, I can't remember the last time I thought about BlackBerry. So it's really, I'm curious how many people still, have BlackBerry phones.
I remember the first time I got a BlackBerry. Deutsche Telekom let me have one to test out in, I think it was 2000 or 2001.
Wow.
And that was at a time when I thought, the idea of sending a text message was so cool. Like, I thought, man, this is going to be awesome. We're never going to call each other on the phone anymore. We're just going to text each other.
Pretty much the case.
It's worked out that way, thankfully.
It has.
But man, now they just do like security software.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even make BlackBerries anymore,
Right. I know. So really interesting time for the company. I thought that was a really interesting one. But
the stock has a market cap of only $2.7 billion, so a fraction of itself. But the stock's up 41% year to date. So
that's very true.
Not too bad.
Wanted to look at Carnival.
Cruising.
Cruises. Who loves a cruise?
Yep.
Carnival Cruise Line reported adjusted earnings per share and revenue for the third quarter that beat Wall Street expectations. And the quarterly beat has really overshadowed the company's fourth quarter adjusted EBITDA guidance miss. We've got peer Royal Caribbean gaining off of the news, and the company did say that the outperformance was driven by strength in demand, with both the North America and Australia segment as well as Europe outperforming expectations.
So it looks like Carnival posted a profit for the first time since 2020. That's good, but issued a fourth quarter earnings outlook that missed Street's estimates. So the stock's down a little bit. But I mean, higher fuel, that's an issue. Currency cost, that's an issue. But I love the cruise business, but I've never been on a cruise. But
Paul has never been on a cruise, and he is obsessed with the cruise lines as a business, which is understandable. It's a fascinating business. I've been on a river cruise
in Germany.
No, on the Nile River in
wow.
Egypt, which was really cool. But I've never been on one of the big cruise ships. Obviously the Nile is, more accommodating to the smaller passenger ships. We maybe had 50 people on board. It was super fun because I think I was 12, but my parents weren't there, so I was allowed to drink as much as I wanted to.
12?
Maybe I was 13.
Okay.
It's
Egypt.
But the big ships, you got to take one of those at some point, Paul.
Nora, are you a cruiser?
Yes, I've been once. It was on Carnival to the Bahamas.
Nice.
It was one of their smaller ships, so obviously cruises are not for the claustrophobic, but it was an amazing experience. You definitely have to hop on a cruise at some point.
Super fun party the whole time?
Oh, of course. I wasn't of age yet, so I couldn't engage in the drinking aspect, but...
Really? They have rules about that in international waters?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, a wristband and all. So,
really?
Wow. Yeah.
International
Paul
waters.
will get the wristband.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to need the wristband. But, my whole thing is I just don't like people. So if you're squished in with a bunch of people, that's a problem.
You like to be around people as long as you don't have to talk to them.
Yeah,
right?
there you go.
You like to go to a game or
Sure.
A concert. You just want to have like your one person with whom you can talk, and somebody serving you like Tito's.
That's it.
On the rocks.
That's it.
And that's
Boom.
all you need.
That's all I need. I think I'd probably do that on a cruise
I
ship.
think you could make that work.
Oh, they must.
All right, Nora, thanks so much for joining us, Nora Melinda. She covers all the equities here for Bloomberg News. It is Friday. That means we talk to Joe Mysak. We talk about munis. Focus on Munis is brought to you by Build America Mutual. Build America Mutual insures U.S. municipal bonds that finance essential American infrastructure and provides guaranteed income to improve any portfolio. Be part of Building America. Invest in BAM insured bonds. Very good, Joe Mysak. Thanks so much for joining us.
I wasn't reading along there, so I didn't get to say BAM.
There you go. Boom.
Excellent.
And that's what brings it
now
home.
my week is complete.
That's what brings it home. Joe Misek, I mean, there's a lot going on in the world. What's new in the world of municipal bonds?
There's a lot going on here, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
The man in the pumps upstairs, did you see that?
Yep.
We have rain
wow.
just pouring in on the 6th floor through the patio doors.
Yeah. I never
No.
saw that before. So
I've never seen that either.
Yep.
Yeah, so, wow. Now, you know, this week, I think someone said to me before that we've seen benchmark yields, so AAA muni, tax exempts, up like 40 or 45 basis points. Now, I know, yes, okay, it's across all markets, but munis, all of a sudden, as someone pointed out yesterday, well, this is kind of interesting now.
Yeah, so I mean, a 3-month muni is offering 4.1%.
Insane. 3 months, 6 months, like 378, 380. You know, this is it's entering the conversation now. The asset class is.
So I mean, are you think brokers are out there making calls to the client saying, "Hey, we can now talk to you about munis here because if you're in a high tax state, these tax equivalent yields are pretty darn attractive."
Exactly. You know, we saw one of the Wall Street letters come out a little earlier this morning saying, you know, with a muni right now, if you live in a high tax state or you know, for example, they were saying New York City. If you're in New York City, you're getting more out of a tax exempt than you are out of a corporate junk bond.
Really? See, that's the play.
So, yeah.
That's the play, I'm telling
Interesting.
you. All right, Hollywood, the writer's strike, it's settled. You're telling me there's a municipal bond angle to this?
Oh, you know, there's always a municipal bond angle, isn't there? You know, analysts looked at the Hollywood writers' strike and they said, okay, this is interesting because what they see is public sector unions, the ones that are left, getting a little more aggressive, shall we say, in their demands for compensation, cost of living adjustments. And that, of course, has a, you know, because the first thing I thought was, wow, you know, writer's strike, you know, it's over, so that means they're going to be filming again. Well, you know, the analyst said, you know, guess what? No filming. It makes up a tiny percent of the money that comes into municipalities. But the thing we're worried about is the public sector unions demanding more in way of compensation. And that has an impact.
Well, here,
on
like in New York, the New York State Governor's Office of Motion Pictures and Television Development, for example, says that productions generate more than $9 in spending across New York for every $1 in state incentives. So it's good business.
Isn't that a lovely thing? Well, you know, you know, for very little, I mean, you give them some tax credits, you know, for no other reason than New York is New York, New York City is New York City, you know, Louisiana is Louisiana. Just for being Louisiana, film crews show up, hundreds of people, and I think one of the figures I saw was the you know, Motion Picture Association says $250,000 a day, up to $250,000 a day, for very little effort on the part of a state or municipality.
You just have to close down some streets in Greenwich Village every once in a while for some filming, billions or something like that. I saw that recently. All right, so
You're still making that show?
No, this was a while ago. But it was pretty cool to see because I'm a big fan of that show.
I saw Larry David here recording something over at the Lowe's Regency Hotel. That was back when that's before I moved to Germany, so it was a while back. But so cool to watch Larry David walking around New York City recording an episode of Curb.
Are municipal bonds insured? And if so, is that a big part of the market?
Well, you know, our sponsor will be very happy with this news.
Bam.
We're seeing insured penetration, which is the inelegant term for how many bonds are insured in the new issue market, up over 8%, which is approaching levels that we haven't seen since 2009 when insurance was actually on the way down. From, at one point, we routinely had more than 50% of all new issues insured because, you know, it's just a little extra safety for investors. What do we used to call it? Belt and suspenders, I think. Just a little more security, sleep insurance, and it was a very popular thing before the insurers lost their AAA ratings and everything else. Went to.
All right, but you think the insurance is coming back?
I would not be surprised in the coming years if we saw it break into the double digits. Now, I've been saying this for a little bit, but certainly 10%, 11%, 12%, that's not
It's
unreasonable,
good news for
good
news for our friends at BAM and Insured Guarantee, the folks who do that kind of stuff.
I don't think that's
All right, what's happening?
Reasonable number.
What's happening if I'm getting decent yields now, particularly on a taxable adjusted basis in municipals? What are we seeing in fund flows? Are they coming back into munis at all?
Oh no,
no.
Oh, well, yesterday, we looked at fund flows, and 2 weeks ago, 27 million in outflows, and yesterday more than $1 billion.
Right.
So people are still a little wary of munis, and yet, as we opened with the yields like this, you're going to start to think like, okay, tax exempt.
Why are they wary? Because I'm figuring that my credit risk is low. I'm now getting a pretty decent yield. I would think that'd be a pretty attractive. But I guess you're saying I can run out and get a corporate bond at a big yield too.
Well, and people look at treasuries and just say, "Wow, the safest investment there is." And I'm getting what are we executives talking about this morning on the terminal? Over 5%. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So that's the
That's the competition for a municipal bond is I can go to a 2-year treasury and get 5.04%.
Yeah, without the weirdness of munis, the inherent weirdness.
All right, any credit problems out there that you're worried about?
So far, no. And, we're seeing the federal government money go away, and municipalities have to stand on their own 2 feet, but they are in pretty good condition coming out of the pandemic.
How about our MTA here in New York City as we talk about the subways being flooded today?
Yeah, I can't wait to see those, the pictures on Twitter with the floods coming down the stairs.
Yeah, your home borough of Brooklyn is underwater.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to get home. Probably use a kayak. MTA, New York State realizes that the MTA is an essential service in New York City. So, it has passed the congestion pricing, and it has increased the amount of money going to the MTA. So I am not particularly concerned about MTA bonds because really, it's the nature of the essential service. New York City, unless you have the subway running where the bus is running, then you're not. No.
Guess what, Joe?
Is that it?
That's it. That is it, my friend. Joe Misek, editor for Bloomberg Municipal Brief. We're talking all things munis. We do that every Friday because why not? You're getting tax-adjustable yields here that look pretty darn attractive. So we always love checking in with Joe and getting the latest on the muni space. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news right now. Lisa Mateo.
You got it, Paul. Starbucks is in hot water for giving non-unionized workers more perks. Bloomberg's Steve Rappaport has that story.
Lisa, the coffee chain broke federal labor law when it boosted wages and benefits only for workers in non-unionized U.S. stores last year. That's according to a National Labor Relations Board judge who ruled that Starbucks illegally lifted wages to at least $15 an hour and provided benefits such as credit card tipping, increased training, and faster sick time accrual to all stores that weren't unionized. Starbucks CEO Howard Schultz announced the policy change 6 months after workers began organizing with Starbucks Workers United.
Now, the judge ordered Starbucks to compensate thousands of unionized workers for the wages and benefits they were unlawfully denied. Shares right now, they're up about 0.5%. UPS has found a way to lower its union labor costs. Bloomberg's Steve Podisk explains.
The robots are coming to UPS. Citigroup says the package delivery giant plans to increase automation when sorting packages. The goal is to reduce some of the roughly 140,000 employees who work inside and don't drive trucks for the company.
Now, UPS plans to discuss the cutbacks at an Investor Day meeting that's taking place in March. Shares right now, they are up about 0.9%, almost 1%. Credit Suisse's financial report shows the bank may incur $2.2 billion in losses in the third quarter as it exits more businesses following its acquisition by UBS Group. $1.6 billion will likely come from UBS deciding to exit some loan portfolios, and another $600 million may stem from the decision to, quote, wind down certain management arrangements. UBS shares right now up about 0.3%. I'm Lisa Mateo.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Stocks are higher right now. Stocks and treasuries trimming a bit of an advance as plans for auto plant strikes were expanded. Stellantis, though, that's being spared. Economic data today showing cooling inflation, core personal consumption expenditures, PCE price index, the Fed's preferred gauge of inflation, that rose 0.1% for the month of August, and that was less than what economists were expecting. So that is considered to be Fed-friendly. Volume on the NYSE and the NASDAQ higher compared to the same time yesterday. Then you have oil declining for a second day. WTI earlier rallied above $94 a barrel. That was earlier this week. S&P 500 right now 21 points higher. That's up 0.5%. 43.21 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 40 points. That's up 0.1%. The NASDAQ 100 up 135 points. That's a rise of 0.9%. Two-year yield down 2 basis points, 5.03%. The 10-year 4 basis points lower. That is at 4.53. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Matt and Paul.
John Tucker, thank you very much. We appreciate that. Matt Miller, Paul Sweeney, we are live here in our Bloomberg studio in Midtown Manhattan. We're streaming live on YouTube. So head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Radio. Again, I'm looking at the 2-year here. I can just jump into a 2-year treasury, 5.03%. I think on a rainy day like today, that's just fine.
Dude, you're all in on the 2-year.
I'm all in on the 2-year.
I keep telling you, there's reinvestment risk there.
I'll deal with that when it happens.
I
all
feel
about
like
today.
you get the
Living for
same
today.
from a money market, you know, that rolls over for you.
Yeah.
You know, your daughter's Marcus account.
I'm in that one with her.
Oh, you're in that. So
yeah, I matched her, so we doubled up on that.
My wife gets in it, and then she recommends all her friends. And every time she recommends somebody, she gets a bump on her rate.
Nice. That's a nice incentive there.
Yeah.
I guess that's how my daughter did it. Anyway, Ben Emmons joins us because he's a professional. He's head of fixed income with New Edge Wealth. Ben, do I buy the 2-year here, or do you got something better for me?
So I would agree with you, Paul, that if you take the 2-year yield and you were to subtract any of the core measures that we saw today, it's actually positive real return.
That's right. We're getting real yield these days, right?
Right. So
Okay.
that for that reason, I'd say yes, you should, because you don't have the duration risk. You may have that reinvestment risk, but you certainly get compensated for inflation, so that's good.
Okay.
Anywhere out the yield curve, I still remain relatively skeptical. I think a 10-year or 30-year bond, just not enough compensation there yet. We may get there, if we hit that 5% level, which I think we're going, but I think your best bet is on the front end of the curve.
We see almost that on the 20-year, don't we? I mean, I feel like, do you see yields going much higher out the curve?
So that depends on a few things, Matt. It depends, one, on obviously the message of the Fed coming out of all this data we're getting now. What's higher for longer? Is it still higher and then longer, or are we at the high? I think there's a mixed message on this from the Fed currently, or as in...
There is, because Powell says, on one hand, in a press conference, he'll say, we're not going to cut rate for years. And there's an S on the end of that year. So he means multiple, not just 1 year. We're not going to cut rates for years. Then I look at the dot plot, and I see 2 rate cuts scheduled for next year. Not scheduled. I realize they're just prognoses. But,
prognosis.
But the majority of the Federal Reserve expects to cut twice next year. Were they not listening to Powell, or are they not on the same page as Powell?
So actually, that forecast changed the last meeting because there were people predicting 100 basis points cuts. So they took some of that back, which I think, by the way, explains a lot of the yield movement we've seen over the last period. It's just the Fed has acknowledged this is a stronger economy. So it depends on that too. But the economy continues to show this resilience, including today's data. You can, it's softening, it's cooling, but it's not collapsing in any sort of way. Lastly, we do have I think, a supply-demand imbalance, so to speak, in the Treasury market. As in, we got tons of supply, and we're seeing this change in demand. Maybe your colleague Ira Jersey has some interesting specific analysis on that. I would echo more that the supply is large, and it looks like that they want to continue to issue more long-term bonds. So I think all those factors drive you to that 5% barrier. Now, how high from there, who knows? But I think 5% is sort of the psychological number.
I've just been fascinated with energy, global energy prices. WTI crude oil here, we're off about 0.5% today, but still above $91 a barrel. It's had just a real big move off the high 60s we had just several months ago. And boy, that's inflationary. How do you think about energy prices, and how does that kind of factor into, I guess, the economy?
Yeah, it certainly is, Paul, because the data today in the PC basket too showed an increase of energy there, just like in CPI. Yep. So at some point, people are going to take notice of it and factor that again in their expectations. So that's one issue. Goolsbee in his speech yesterday made a real point about that, saying like if we continue to have disinflation on the right path, if people expect differently from inflation in the future, we may have to adjust policy, right? So there's that issue. And then I think it's about how high will oil prices go before we're getting real impact on the economy, because the past is, I think, a good guide there. If high oil prices were to surge and spike high, then it's going to slow down activity. People are going to pare back. It just seems to be always a factor for slowdown. Nonetheless, it will be inflationary because we're still in a very high inflation environment.
We have seen, or we haven't seen, I should say, gas prices keep up with oil prices. And I'm not talking about at the pump, I'm talking about the RBOB futures contract. It's not taken off at the same rate. Do you think that means that oil prices, is this just a spike and they're going to come back down, or are they holding at this level?
I think it's the spike because of the kind of little specific technical features in the oil market currently. I think what's happening there is that people recognize that the oil production cuts are really filtering through the global system. So
you got to watch the crack spreads, Paul.
Right, crack spreads.
I'm just learning RBOB. That's a new one for me.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
What is it? That's gasoline futures?
Yes.
Gasoline futures, yeah.
Why? So, again, just to ask his question again, why is it going down?
So I think that is a supply issue there.
Okay.
And it was reported yesterday there was some additional supply there. So it is very much sensitive to that. Whereas with oil, it's the opposite situation. John Farrell on Surveillance made this point this morning. We actually have high oil production in the United States. We just got low inventories at Cushing for all kinds of reasons. So the draw on that inventory pushes up the price. But once it gets back flooded in with all this oil production.
I mean, Cushing, that's in Oklahoma, right?
Yeah.
And they have like the tanks. And that's where all the pipelines go in and out.
Central Hub, yeah.
I got to get have you been to Cushing?
No, I haven't. Alex Steele goes and hangs out down there.
all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, Alex is. I want to go there because that seems like a pretty. You want to see how the sausage is made in global energy.
Yeah.
That's where you go. So energy inflationary impact, is it something that's more temporary from your perspective?
So I mean, you have to watch headline inflation, because eventually, if it gets higher headline, then it will spill over to an extent in core. You know, Bloomberg has a very nice tracking of headline real time, and it has moved up again. It's ticked higher after a whole period of decline. So I think we just have to watch this, where this is going. As I said, like, I think that if you're getting a real spike in oil prices, say we go well over 100, that it has a psychological effect on consumers.
I don't understand why more people aren't worried about the strike dragging on, because, okay, there's inventory now, and because they built up before the strike,
Inventory
of cars.
Yep.
But if they strike for longer, that inventory is going to get whittled away, and we're already at a pretty high level in terms of car prices, new car prices. Used car prices had been heading down, but that's going to turn around for sure. And then you get 150,000 people who are going to get a 30% raise if this works out, right? Then other people are going to want that kind of raise too, or something close. So you've got both the cost of goods, which to me are the most important goods, cars, and wages.
As opposed to bread and water.
Rising. That's got to be inflationary, hasn't it?
Yeah, it echoes a bit to the 70s idea, right? You have unions getting successful in negotiating higher wages, so other unions are going to try that too. We've seen some evidence of it now. We have higher energy prices, and people reacting to those energy prices with unions demanding wages, part of it. So I won't say there's a spiral here yet, but there's some of that element happening. And I think overall a strike should not disrupt the economy too much. Like the California strike was $5 billion to the California economy, but nothing to the U.S. economy.
So what's your base case for next year, Ben? Are we going to have a recession?
I'm not in that camp. I think the economy is holding up so far.
Soft landing still.
Still that softer landing, that idea that we have too much of investment pushed in the economy from the Inflation Reduction Act and the CHIPS Act and the Infrastructure Act. That's just really coming through.
But in that case, you don't probably see Fed cuts. Why would the Fed cut if we have a soft landing?
No, I think I think that is where I'm coming in my 5% yield scenario. Yeah. So at a 4.5 currently at the 10-year, the 50 basis points forecasted by the Fed is probably going to be taken back too. If anything, if you look at that dot plot currently, the market is 50 basis points away from the Fed's median. It's probably going to be again pulled up to the Fed's median. That will bring you to the 10-year 5%. And even at that level, which is high, I wouldn't think that would necessarily bring the economy to a recession. I want to make one final point, which is always the yield curve discussion on the recession.
Yep.
You know, we have been in an inverted yield curve now for a bit. It has been historically the harbinger of recession, at least a lot of studies. But I've noted that each time the yield curve gets inverted and then becomes initially flat, like all treasury yields are the same, that's when things become very uncertain. It's basically the bond market saying, I can pay the same yield for 2 years or for 30 years, but I don't know where it's going.
Right.
Pretty uncertain. And it historically has shown that after that moment, the economy does show a lot of weakness and slowdown.
All right.
So, you know, we have to watch that, right?
Keep an eye on the yield curve, as we like to do. Ben Emmons, head of fixed income with New Edge Wealth. Thanks so much for joining us with our news in New York City. Here's Michael Barr.
Paul, man, thank you very much. Democratic Senator Dianne Feinstein has died at age 90. Feinstein's office said that she died last night at her home in Washington, D.C. Feinstein served as California's senior senator since 1992. President Biden is remembering Feinstein as a, quote, pioneering American, a true trailblazer, and a cherished friend. Tributes are pouring in from both sides of the aisle. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy fondly remembered the first woman who served as mayor of San Francisco.
The trailblazing of the first woman elected mayor, even coming from a different party, inspired women from both sides of the aisle to seek elected office and to have their voices heard.
McCarthy spoke at a news conference today on the scramble to avert a government shutdown that could begin as soon as midnight Sunday. That's when funding would run out in the absence of congressional approval on at least a short-term spending measure. Pentagon Deputy Press Secretary Sabrina Singh.
a government shutdown is a worst case scenario for the department, so we continue to ask Congress to do its job and fund the government.
Singh says service members would be required to continue working, but without pay. The UAW says its 2-week strike against Detroit automakers will spread to 7,000 more workers. Union President Shawn Fain urged union members to join others who have been striking for 15 days.
I'm calling on Ford's Chicago assembly plant to stand up and go on strike. And I'm calling on GM's Lansing Delta Township to stand up and go out on strike.
Fain argues the union will not back down. New York Governor Kathy Hochul has declared a state of emergency in New York City. Heavy rain has caused flash flooding. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg. Stocks and treasuries trimmed in advance as plans for auto parts strikes were expanded. S&P 500 index holding on to a 9-point gain, now up by 0.2%. The Dow, though, in the red, down 33, drop there of 0.1%. A NASDAQ higher by 81 points, up by about 0.6%. We've got the 10-year yielding 4.56% with a 2-year 5.04%. Gold now down $11 the ounce to $18.53. That is a drop there of just about 0.6%, while West Texas Intermediate crude is down 0.7%. 91.09 right now for a barrel of West Texas Intermediate crude. Bottom line here, stocks are trading mix, so a soggy feel to the market here. Among some of the other stories that we're following, as we heard from Michael Barr, the UAW union plans to expand its strike against General Motors and Ford to more assembly plants, but the union will spare Jeep, SUV, and Ram truck maker Stellantis from additional walkouts. Shares of General Motors, they're up little changed, up by about 0.1%. Ford also higher by 0.2%. Stellantis, so in the red, down by about 0.2%. Again, recapping here, stocks are trading mixed. S&P 500 index up by 9 points, a gain there of 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Matt Miller, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg studio in Midtown Manhattan, also streaming live on YouTube. Right now, let's go to our next guest, get a little sense of what's happening out there in the markets. We do have mixed markets. We've given up a lot of the gains from earlier today. Francisco Beto joins us. He's a Senior Vice President, Senior Portfolio Manager at Integrated Alpha Group. Francisco, thanks so much for joining us here. I mean, a lot of movement in the markets today. It's been a tough September for these equity markets. And really, the gains we've seen year to date are in those big, magnificent 7 stocks. How are you thinking about this market, and is it worth chasing some of those tech names?
Well, it's always a good time to get into those, you know, the Magnificent Seven or the FANG, and, you know, the old name or any one of the similar ones. We were there to begin with, right? So we're not trying to time the market. We simply held on, you know, through a bad September, you know, follow our convictions. So we're there already. So we'll benefit from them. I believe that the next 3 months will be good for them. So we're well positioned for that.
All right, hey, Francisco, just hold it there. We're going to have to go real quick to the mayor of New York City, Mr. Eric Adams.
Well, to be prepared for this moment. Commissioner Isco from New York City Emergency Management will provide more detailed updates to us on the situation throughout the city. This is a time for caution, but it's also a time for community. Check on neighbors, do whatever is possible to unclog drain areas to allow the water to flow freely. You would be surprised how if we remove leaves and other trash from those areas, it will really assist in getting water off our streets. Check on your friends, your relatives, and especially those who are most vulnerable, such as the elderly and individuals with health conditions. If the conditions are safe, take time, as I indicated, to clean out the debris from your drains, particularly in between the heavy rainfall. And for the most accurate and timely updates, sign up for Notify NYC. This is a moment to remind everyone of how important Notify NYC is. Those alerts go a long way to keep you ahead of what is happening. You could dial 311 or visit nyc.gov/notify to subscribe. That's nyc.gov/notify to subscribe. And you can also call 311. Being informed is the first step toward ensuring the well-being of you and your family and your fellow New Yorkers. And again, I want to thank the entire team for their quick response and understanding that this is an extreme emergency extreme emergency condition that we must be prepared for. I want to turn it over to Governor Hochul. Governor, again, thanks so much. It was good talking to you this morning and your quick response to what is happening in our city area. Really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Mayor. And once again, I commend your leadership and the coordination between your team and our team at the state level. It is seamless. And the bottom line is we're here to help New Yorkers get through what is a life-threatening rainfall event. And I agree with you that people should be able to stay home if possible. But I know right now there's a lot of anxious parents wondering if they're going to be able to get their children home from schools. And I'm working very close with Jan Lieber, who'll give updates from the MTA. But our priority, once the immediate immediate aftermath of this first wave of the storm, and again, it could come back again. It could reemerge later again this afternoon. But we want to make sure we can get the subways, the trains, our communication system, our transportation system up working, because there's children who use the subways to get home from school. People need to be able to know if they can get home from work. And so that is priority number one, to make sure that our subways and our rail systems are safe. There have been significant disruptions, without a doubt, particularly heading north. I just spoke to the county executive, George Latimer of Westchester County. The epicenter has shifted from the city regions, very much so, from Brooklyn and Queens and Manhattan, where I spoke to the borough presidents to offer our assistance in the Bronx, but is now heading north into the Hudson Valley. So we're also coordinating with those localities as well as Nassau County. I will say this, if people decide to venture out in a vehicle, they do so at their own peril, because even 6 inches of rain, 1 foot of rain, it may look pretty innocuous, it's safe, but that is a condition where your vehicle can be swept away, and we lose more lives of people during flooding events, of which we've had many, especially this summer in the city, in the Hudson Valley in particular. The reason people lose their lives in a flooding event, more often than not, is they're swept away in their vehicles. So this is a choice people make. We encourage them not to decide to do that. Please stay home, be safe. We are deploying more buses. We have more bus operators to be able to create options if we don't get the subways back on schedule. The airports, right now, Terminal A at LaGuardia is closed because of flooding at a fuel field right now. We brought in more resources from JFK to assist with that as well. The flights are going in and out of the airports, but they are delayed, and so people should check on the websites for that as well. Now, also, we're trying to be as helpful as we can. The city mayor, you've been fantastic. We've deployed National Guard. We've deployed more pumps from our surplus to help you assist. And everyone remembers what happened. I was literally governor 1 week when Hurricane Ida hit, and we walked those streets of Queens and many parts of the city, and people literally drowned in their basement homes. And so people also need to not get in vehicles, but leave your home if you're starting to see water accumulate. Don't wait until it's up to your knees or higher. By then, it could be a barrier to getting able to have access safely out the door, as we saw before. And so people really need to be taking this extremely seriously. The state is there to help, and we'll get through this together as we always do. So thank you, Mayor, for your coordination, your outreach, and look forward to continuing to work as we get through this event, united as one.
Thank you very much, Governor Hochul. Thank you, Mayor Adams, for the update.
All right, that
Next,
was
we'll
for
get
our
a full update.
worldwide global audience. That was New York Governor Kathy Hochul and New York City Mayor Eric Adams. It's raining out there. It's serious. I've seen some video, Matt, of the flooding around all the boroughs, and it's just extraordinary. And unfortunately, it reminds me a little bit of Sandy.
Yeah, me too. I've been thinking that as I watched the video footage of the flooding out in Brooklyn and up in Westchester, and the concerning part is that the governor says this could come back this afternoon. So we may not be finished with this. That obviously fouls up the afternoon commute. If anybody is waiting around, I would recommend maybe either trying to get where you need to go now, or bedding down for the night.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge for everyone in the metro area. So hopefully everyone stays safe, and we will certainly bring you the latest reporting. Let's get back to these markets here. It's kind of mixed here. S&P kind of flattish. Dow off about 2.2%. Nasdaq up 0.6%. 1%, well off of the highs we had earlier in the day. Let's welcome back our guest. We were chatting with Francisco Bito. He's a Senior Vice President, Senior Portfolio Manager at Integrated Alpha Group of FM Investments. Francisco, we were talking about kind of chasing some of these tech names. I know some of the names I see on your list have been some really big winners this year. Talk to us about NVIDIA and how you view the whole chip space and I guess this whole AI focus?
Well, yeah, that's something that I'm more than happy to talk about. I'm very enthusiastic about the whole AI movement. I think it's for real. I think it has real legs. And I think people, a lot of investors, not all obviously, have failed to really appreciate the nature of this revolution, of this inflection point. I think it'll impact a lot of top lines, and to build it to the bottom lines of a lot of enterprises. So a real cost and productivity savings. So, in that sense, NVIDIA is really the leader of the pack in terms of hardware, but they also produce the whole stack. So like Apple, they do the hardware and they do the software, and they have no competition right now. So they have an early moat at least. And that should last them a good 5 or 6 years or more. Who knows?
But it feels like, when we talk about this AI thing, I have to admit, I don't have a great grasp on it or how to invest and play in it other than NVIDIA. But a lot of tech folks are saying, hey, there's a lot of, whether it's a Microsoft or just some other players in the space, there's lots of ways to kind of get exposure here. But from your perspective, right, NVIDIA is still kind of the play?
NVIDIA is a must play. It's not the only play. You can also look at a MongoDB, Mongo database. And one way to think about it is, AI is really a consequence of big data. Some folks really miss that point. AI didn't come out of nowhere. It came out of big data. So once you have all that big data, what do you do with it? What do you learn from it? Can you create a plug and play expertise? Meaning, can you create domain experts with a plugin, basically, that you can plug in and you become a domain expert, for example, in creating 3D models or engineering solutions or legal solutions or medical interpretation of X-ray. So that's where it comes in, but it's all a consequence of big data. So another way to play the space is to look at the data providers. Which one? Mongo database stands out to me, not necessarily Oracle or, Microsoft, not for the database product, but we need something that basically can go from AWS to Google and to Azure and so on and back and forth. So we need a database that can move from all those different cloud platforms, provide transparency for the developers and so on, and not a lot of dependence so they can move their applications from one platform to the other. So Mongo database stands right there, and it's right in the forefront of that movement. So we like them a lot here.
MongoDB. What a name. An interesting take on that, Francesco. What do you think about bonds at these levels? I mean, do they offer real competitive returns to stocks, or do you still think yields have higher to go?
I think they're done. I think they're pretty much going to oscillate around with the levels what they are right now. I think the Fed is pretty close to, even with today's PCE number, pretty close to stopping or just pausing. I think rates will remain higher for a while. How long of a while? Well, I don't want to bet on that. We rely on other things. We rely on earnings and revenues acceleration to build up portfolios. So we want to see the companies deliver regardless of what the Fed or where the yields are at.
Francisco, on the list of names that you guys are recommending, a lot of ones with big valuations, Apple, NVIDIA, and so on. How do you guys internally think about valuation when looking at individual stocks?
That's a good question. For us, valuation is not the primary metric. Our primary metric is really an internal score, which we call our own version of a fundamental score. And we look at earnings and revenues acceleration, both top and bottom line. So think about the following. If a company is accelerating, right, it has to be doing something new, creating a moat, a new product, creating market share, and that kind of thing. So that's really sort of independent of where the valuation is. That can oftentimes be wrong. And, if they were right, they were still in the same place. But for example, with NVIDIA, back early this spring, some of the folks out there, other professionals in the area recommended that, you should get out of NVIDIA. It's already pretty high. Look at the valuation in NVIDIA and look what happened afterwards, a blowout earnings report and so on. So that's what happens when we reach an inflection point in technology. It's a disruptor. It is something completely new. And if you think about how people right now go back and reminiscence about, hey, I should have invested in Google when I had a chance. Well, here we go again. We have an inflection point, and where are you on that one? I know where we stand. We believe in it, and we think that there's a future there.
All right, Francisco, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate you sticking with us through that press conference where we learned that this weather here in New York is possibly going to be worse than we may ever have expected. In any case, Francesco Bito there, Senior Vice President, Senior Portfolio Manager, Integrated Alpha Group of FM Investments, coming to us out of...
I think Kansas.
Kansas?
I think so.
I thought Austin, Texas.
No, maybe. We'll see.
Yeah. All right.
All right, right now, let's go with our news in New York City. Here's Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Paul and Matt. Senator Dianne Feinstein has died at age 90. According to her chief of staff, Feinstein died at her home in Washington, D.C. An emotional Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, remembered his colleague on the floor of the Senate this morning.
Her integrity was a diamond. Her integrity shone like a beacon across the Senate and across the country for all to see and hopefully emulate.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy also honored Feinstein, saying she inspired women from both sides of the aisle to seek elected office and to have their voices heard. McCarthy spoke during a news conference this morning on a looming government shutdown. Democrats say the government is being held hostage by a small group of conservative House Republicans. McCarthy responded and again pushed for a last-ditch stopgap bill to keep the government open, and he also pointed a finger at Democrats.
What has the White House done and what has the Senate done? They haven't passed one appropriation bill.
Speaker McCarthy says he's putting a bill on the floor so the government won't shut down. Meanwhile, there is a report that hardline Republicans are trying to replace House Speaker McCarthy. More from Bloomberg's Jeff Bellinger.
The Washington Post reports a contingent of far-right House Republicans are plotting an attempt to remove McCarthy as House Speaker as early as next week. It's a move that would throw the chamber into further disarray in the middle of a potential government shutdown. The paper says members of the far-right faction of the party are coalescing around nominating a member of McCarthy's leadership team, Representative Tom Emmer of Minnesota. They reportedly think he will deliver better conservative results. Jeff Bellinger, Bloomberg Radio.
California Governor Gavin Newsom signed a new law that will raise the state's minimum wage for fast food workers to $20 per hour. It is the highest guaranteed base salary in the industry. And as you heard on Bloomberg, heavy rain has caused New York Governor Kathy Hochul to declare a state of emergency. Several streets are flooded. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Paul Matt.
Michael Barr, thank you so much. We appreciate this. It is good to be a pilot at United Airlines. United Airlines pilots approved a new 4-year contract that is the costliest ever at a U.S. carrier, providing a cumulative increase in total compensation of as much as 40% over the life of the agreement. Not bad. So does that mean airline fares are going up? I don't know.
I mean, it sounds fantastic. Just like the 30% we're hearing talked about at the UAW sounds fantastic. On the other hand, and I don't know what the pilot's last contract was, but a lot of UAW workers are only getting paid about $2.50 more than they were getting in 2008. So they have lost money when you add inflation, quite a lot of money per hour. And this new contract is just going to get them back to where they would have been. I'm not sure, again, about the pilots, but I think we have to keep in mind how much value the U.S. dollar has lost in terms of purchasing power when you look at these increases.
Yeah, exactly. But it kind of goes to this greater theme. You just think about the last 12 months, UPS, United, the Hollywood writers and actors. I mean, it just, and then now, of course, the auto
Labor's
workers.
back, baby.
Labor's back, baby. And it just feels like there's a confluence of events. One is, inflation just ravaged a lot of people, and if you've got an opportunity to come back and renegotiate this, you do it here. Second is just the pandemic. A lot of folks, kind of rebalancing or kind of rethinking the life-work balance and maybe where the value is in all of this, and maybe that gets
And I'd add one
reflected
more. Certainly in the case of the automakers, they are making money hand over fist.
Yep.
I mean, billions of dollars a year in profit. And when that is the case, workers look at the bottom line and say, we want some more of that.
Yep, absolutely. So if you're a pilot, you're getting it. Of course, we're waiting to see day by day what's happening with the auto workers, and we'll have complete reporting of that coming up. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
We got a lot of green on the screen here, but the volume is light.
We constantly underestimate the strength of the U.S. consumer.
This is a market that's much more optimistic or bullish than maybe the central bankers are.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
There's still some concern out there in the market that there is room for things to deteriorate a little bit more than what they're indicating.
As small and medium-sized businesses struggle, they don't present as much competition.
The supply chain has still got dislocations globally and here in the U.S.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up in this hour, we're going to check in with David Welch to get the latest on this Bloomberg, on the strike, the auto workers. Really, the rhetoric seems very, very challenging here, so we'll get the latest reporting. And then Nimmer Kang, co-CIO and senior PM at North Star Asset Management, going to join us to talk about these markets. There's a lot coming up in this hour, a lot of moving parts. We'll stay on top of it.
I'll tell you a couple of very important things coming up.
Go.
Number one, we're going to talk about the car that I've been driving this week.
Really?
It's a BMW 7 Series, so their top-of-the-line flagship ride. Okay. Super comfy, totally luxurious.
Totally, yep.
It's even got a 33-inch screen television in the back that comes down from the ceiling.
All right, that's a little
When your chauffeur's in the front, you can chill out and watch.
All right, there you go.
We're also going to, so that's one thing to look forward to. And we're going to talk to Hannah Elliott about that, my friend in Los Angeles. She reviews all the top cars for us.
Best job at
She's
Bloomberg.
got a sweet story on the terminal today as well about driverless cars. We're also going to talk to another Hannah on the West Coast, Hannah Miller, out in San Francisco. She has made this podcast, Spellcaster. It's very popular about Sam Bankman-Fried and the trouble that he got into and the $800 billion that he eviscerated.
Oh, Jesus.
Sorry, $8 billion. And then his trial kicks off next week.
I know.
So that's why we're going to talk to Hannah Miller. So a couple of Hannahs joining us, Sam Bankman-Fried and BMW 7
Lots
Series.
of stuff happening this hour. You know, if we can kick it off with the Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We're looking at a mixed market right now with the Dow lower, the S&P, NASDAQ. They are both higher. You guys talking cars, as is often the case on this program. BMW, Matt's latest wheels, they are down. ADRs down by 0.9%. The auto workers in the U.S., the automakers very much in focus. Ford shares, they're up today by 0.1%. Stellantis shares down 0.2%. And General Motors higher by just about 0.2%. Of course, more on the auto industry coming up right here on Bloomberg Markets. As I mentioned, we're looking at a mixed market right here. Stocks and treasuries trimmed in advance as plans for auto plant strikes were expanded. The Dow is down 62 points, drop there of 0.2%. The S&P higher by 5, gain there of 0.1%. NASDAQ up 78, that is a gain of just about 0.6%. 10-year yield now at 4.55%. We've got the 2-year yielding 5.03%. Spot gold down $10 the ounce to $18.54, decline there of 0.5%. Bitcoin down 0.8%, 26,887 on Bitcoin. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.8%, $91 even a barrel on WTI. Now, what about the rate outlook, the inverted yield curve, and those calls for a recession? Ben Emmons is senior portfolio manager at New Edge Wealth, and he was a guest right here on Bloomberg Markets.
So the 4.5 currently at the 10-year, the 50 basis points forecasted by the Fed, probably going to be taken back too. If anything, if you look at that dot plot currently, the market is 50 basis points away from the Fed's median. It's probably going to be again pulled up to the Fed's median. That will bring you to the 10-year 5%. And even at that level, which is high, I wouldn't think that would necessarily bring the economy to a recession.
And again, we do have the 10-year right now at 4.55%. You can hear more of the conversation with Ben Emmons on the Tape podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. After earnings, Nike shares are rallying. We do have Nike shares up today after last night's earnings report. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Matt Miller, Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg studio in Midtown Manhattan. We're also streaming live on YouTube, so go over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Radio. All right, let's talk about this strike here. The United Auto Workers plans to expand its strike against General Motors and Ford to more assembly plants, but the union will spare Jeep SUV maker Stellantis from additional walkouts after a last-minute breakthrough. Let's get the latest on what's happening out there, because it's a fluid situation, to say the least. We do that today with David Welch, Bloomberg Detroit Bureau Chief. David, again, it's a Friday, so it seems like on this strike, that's when the union comes out with some more moves here. What do we know?
Yeah, this was a big day because we expected the union to extend the strike when they had this similar, 10 a.m. broadcast for noon deadline last week. This week, there was a lot of time at the bargaining table between all three companies and the union. We thought there was pretty good progress at Ford, and I think for a while there was. And the union didn't see enough, and they were going to walk out at another plan for all three. And at the last minute, final hours, Stellantis came in with an offer that made progress on some key issues. So they were spared, but now we've got strikes at a SUV plant in Lansing that makes the Chevy Traverse and Buick Enclave. Those are kind of medium, large crossover SUVs, and the Ford Explorer plant in Chicago. They will be, actually 5 minutes ago, those workers were scheduled to walk out. So that's where we are, still trying to pressure the companies. No deals with any of them, maybe some progress with Stellantis, and that's about it.
And still not hitting them in the hurtiest of places, right? No strikes for
Right.
Silverado, F-150, no strikes on the
Correct.
Dodge Ram
Yeah,
trucks.
they haven't hit the crown jewels yet. They're kind of keeping powder dry there.
All right, so what do we know about the demands outside of the pay? The pay increases are interesting, but I think everyone gets the feeling, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we're going to come in somewhere around the 30% level. The concern, as I heard from Anderson Consulting this morning, is that things like defined benefit pensions and the jobs bank are what drove them to bankruptcy in the financial crisis. So the automakers don't want that to come back. On the other hand, the unions gave that up in order to kind of help the car makers be sustainable post-financial crisis, and they want it back.
That's right. And look, I think this will boil down to what the union will accept on two really important issues. One is pensions. I don't think the companies will do it. The question is, can they come to a creative solution that's some sort of, if not a 401k, just something where the workers are contributing and it's a more managed pension or retirement program. The other thing is, and they haven't talked about it much. I wrote about it extensively in the spring, and it's just now kind of coming around at the bargaining table, and that is what happens to workers at battery plants, EV battery plants that are not built and workers not hired yet. The union wants certain guarantees that they'll be able to represent those workers and that there will be a certain kind of pay compensation schedule for them. They can't legally strike over that in this contract because the workers don't exist. They're not members. So, the real concern I would have if I'm at the bargaining table for one of the car companies is the union dragging their feet on these economic issues and, that they can strike over in order to get something on these not yet hired battery worker kind of contracts. That's where this is going to get really testy.
Yeah, David, I'm trying to just...
You're right about the pensions, too. That's a big...
Yeah, and I'm just trying to get a sense, I'm sure like a lot of people, like who, if any, which side of either side has some leverage here? You've seen a million or a lot of these strikes and labor issues within the auto industry. Do you have any sense who's got kind of the leverage here?
At the moment, the union still does because they don't have that many workers out. And the workers, if you had everybody out, they get strike pay of $500 a week, but that's not a lot of money. Yep. And they start to feel the bills pile up pretty quickly, and they start pressuring negotiators to get them back to work. So they do have a lot of leverage right now. Over time, though, even if workers aren't striking, they don't like the uncertainty of all this. The pressure starts to mount there. But the other side of this, though, is since they're not striking that many plants, they're not hitting the big profit centers yet. So, both sides can drag this on for a while.
All right, David, thanks very much. David Welch there, Detroit Bureau Chief, covering The weekly Sean Fain announcement. I feel like we got to get ready for this. Every week, 10 o'clock on FaceTime Live, Sean Fain is going to say, if they're not serious, we're going to expand these strikes. Let's continue to focus on cars, but go from, the important industry of car making for the U.S. economy to kind of the craziest far ends of luxury products, because this week I am driving just that, a BMW i7. Wait, am I thinking of the wrong Hannah here?
Yeah, let's do Hannah Miller.
Oh, sorry, I was thinking of Hannah Elliott.
We'll get to her.
There's too many Hannahs out on the West Coast in the show, although I appreciate both of them, and I'm really looking forward to talking to Hannah Miller as well. No relation to me.
No? Okay, good.
But we are going to eventually talk to Hannah Elliott from Los Angeles about the BMW i7 that I'm driving.
All right, but let's talk to Hannah Miller. She's also out in San Francisco. Hannah, thanks so much for...
But we don't have Hannah Miller either.
We don't have Hannah Miller
I'm looking in the control room. I'm seeing this.
Oh, interesting.
And I feel like, could we get one of the Hannahs lined up while we do that?
Because there's a cool podcast. Because there's a cool podcast. Hannah Miller, now we've got you.
Spellcaster.
Yeah, exactly. Talk to us about, this podcast you have. It's really getting a lot of attention. Talk to us about what you're doing over there.
Yeah, so we have our podcast called Spellcaster, The Fall of Sam Bankman-Fried. It came out a few months ago, and it goes over, how FTX got started, how it was able to raise money from major investors, and how it collapsed. So this gives an inside story and a really strong foundation prior to the trial starting this week.
Do we know at this point, I said before that they eviscerated $8 billion. I don't know if that's the exact number. Do we know at this point how much, Sam Bankman-Fried disappeared?
Yeah, so that $8 billion number, that's been the one that's been focused on throughout this trial. We know some of those assets have been recovered through bankruptcy proceedings, but, customers are still waiting for answers here about whether they're going to get their funds back, how much money will go to lawyers who've been handling the bankruptcy proceedings. So, there are still a lot of questions here, but yeah, that $8 billion figure, that's what's been dominating the narrative here with Sam Bankman-Fried's trial.
And the trial, of course, starts, I think, on Tuesday, right? It kicks off on Tuesday. Are you coming to New York, Hannah? What do you expect to see? Sam Bankman-Fried's already here, right, at the MDC in Brooklyn. Set it up for us.
Yeah, so the trial starts on October 3rd. We have been waiting for this day for a very long time now. I'm excited to cover it. Bloomberg is going to have reporters in the courtroom who really understand what's happening here. We're going to have one of our reporters, Zeke Fox, who just wrote a book about crypto and SBS called Number Go Up. Yeah, so he's going to be reporting from the scene. So there's going to be some really exciting stuff happening.
I mean, this is going to be amazing, next week, starting next week. And it's going to go for a while, too.
The last time Zeke Fox saw Sam Bankman-Fried was kind of hanging out in the $29 million penthouse in the Bahamas.
Yeah, a little different.
A little different I guess he won't be wearing an orange jumpsuit. They'll probably let him put on a coat and tie, or a coat at least, no tie. And yeah, usually he's pretty casual. Were you going to say that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, so Hannah, what's the expectation here? I mean, you guys have done a lot of work on this Spellcaster podcast. What's kind of the people you've talked to as a part of this? How do you think this might play out?
Yeah, so what we're really excited to see is who's going to be testifying here. One of the star witnesses we know is Caroline Ellison, who is the former CEO of Alameda Research, FTX's sister company, which was a crypto trading firm. She's also the ex-girlfriend of Sam Bankman-Fried. The prosecutors have a wealth of evidence related to her, including her own personal diary. So the fact that she's going to testify, explain her relationship, but not only with Sam, but between the two companies, which were closely entwined, that's something that we're really excited to see.
I mean, I'm just going to be interested to see just how this whole thing got going and how he became kind of the poster child for doing it the right way, bringing regulators in, while at the whole time this became just a disaster for
I guess
the whole crypto
the prosecutors are going to say it was all a long con, right?
A long con.
And I have to say, I interviewed him a couple of times, and I remember thinking to myself, why are they doing business in the Bahamas? You know, if he's such an upstanding citizen, if he's such a philanthropist, if he's all about doing right, why operate outside of, you know, the regulatory framework? But I am just one more reporter that didn't really ask that question or didn't ask it enough, right, Hannah? I mean, so many people just thought, you know, he's hanging out with Nancy Pelosi. He's donating millions to Congress people. He's helping us make a framework for, you know, crypto regulation, and he's also worth $30 billion. So this is a guy that we're just lucky to be talking to right now.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it was always interesting when I was interviewing him. You know, he presents a very strong picture of himself as someone who was working with regulators, someone who had really, you know, charmed Washington. And it's so crazy to see how far he's fallen at this point.
What's the most surprising thing you and your team have learned doing this work and this reporting?
I think it was just how many people at how many levels were, you know, really misled, you know, by, you know, Sam presented a very different picture, not only to the people investing him, to politicians, to people he worked closely with, of what was happening here. So it's been really interesting to see how these allegations will play out in the courtroom, and, you know, hear from people who worked so closely with him and really believed in him, and didn't realize, you know, that there were serious problems behind the scene.
Yeah, just absolutely stunning. All right, Hannah, thanks so much for joining us. Hannah, Bloomberg News out in San Francisco. She follows crypto, VC, startups, all that good stuff, and that includes FTX. So be sure to tune into Bloomberg Radio all weekend long for the Spellcaster takeover. Sam Bankman-Fried appears in court this week. Listen to the podcast that chronicles the rise and fall of the FTX founder. Brought to you by Bloomberg and Wondery, Spellcaster takes you inside the story of how a nerdy gamer became the world's richest 29-year-old. Listen ad-free on Wondery Plus on Apple Podcasts and Amazon Music, and right here on Bloomberg Radio, starting tonight at 7 p.m. Wall Street time. Fascinating stuff there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like a perfect topic for a podcast.
Yes.
Because you just want to dive deep into it, hear the detailed reporting that they have, and maybe hear from the different players. It's just like a perfect, I think, story for a podcast.
It's like, you know what else was great? We had one on John McAfee.
Yes.
Which was awesome. I mean, I knew the guy was larger than life.
Yep.
But I didn't know all that I learned on our podcast about John McAfee. So highly recommend that one as well.
Yeah, that's a good one too. So yeah, a lot of good podcasting content coming out of our buddies all around Bloomberg. S&P 500 up just 0.1%. Kind of giving it all back. The gains we had earlier from that better than expected. I think it was a better than expected inflation print there. So, but we will stay on top of these markets. S&P up 0.6%. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news now with Lisa Mateo.
Hey there, Paul. As the DOJ continues its legal fight with Google to show that it abused its search dominance, Bloomberg reports Microsoft had discussed selling Bing to Apple as a default search option. Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow has more.
According to Bloomberg sources, in 2020, Microsoft execs met with Eddie Q, who's Apple Services chief. They had early-stage talks for Apple to acquire Bing, Microsoft's search engine, and make it the default search engine on iPhone. Those talks were exploratory. They never reached an advanced stage. And of course, Google remains the default search on the iPhone.
Now, Microsoft shares are up about 1%. Food delivery workers in New York City for Uber, DoorDash, Grubhub must be paid at least $17.96 an hour after the companies failed in court to block the city-mandated minimum. Bloomberg's Katie Greifeld has a reaction from the companies.
Uber saying in a statement on Thursday that this law will put thousands of New Yorkers out of work and force the remaining couriers to compete against each other to deliver orders faster. DoorDash said that it's evaluating its legal options and that this is a deeply disappointing outcome for delivery workers, merchants, and customers alike, and saying, too, that this, quote, extreme pay rate will raise costs for all. So it sounds like the company plans to pass on those higher costs to its customers.
Uber shares right now up just a fraction. DoorDash shares up about 2.5%. And shares of Blue Apron, they are skyrocketing right now. They're up about 133% after the meal kit maker announced it's being sold to food delivery startup Wonder Group. I'm Lisa Mateo.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Very soggy feel to this market. We have got the S&P 500 index advancing up 10, gain there of 0.3%. But the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 32 right now, drop there of 0.1%. The Nasdaq Composite Index leading the way higher, up by about 0.8% now, higher by 102 points. Stocks and treasuries trimmed in advance as plans for auto plant strikes are expanded. Automaker shares, they are trading higher, though, right now. General Motors up 0.6%, Ford up by about 0.2%, and Stellantis, little change, but higher nonetheless, up by less than 0.1%. We have got the 10-year yielding 4.56%, with a 2-year 5.04%. Gold down $9 the ounce to $18.54, and West Texas Intermediate crude just about flat on the day right now, down 1 cent at 91.09 for a barrel of West Texas Intermediate crude. Carnival Corp posted a profit for the first time since 2020, but it issued a fourth quarter earnings outlook that missed Wall Street's expectations as higher fuel and currency costs weigh on its operations. Recapping, stocks are trading mixed, with the S&P now higher by 12, up 0.3%. The Dow lower by 20 points, down less than 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pelleton, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Now that we've got our Hannahs sorted out.
I jumped the gun a little bit earlier.
Yeah, no problem, because now it's the time where we say, what is Matt Miller driving?
True. Well, and what has Hannah Elliott been driving? So I introed Hannah Elliott earlier, then we had Hannah Miller on, no relation. But now we've got the real deal. Out of Los Angeles, she joins us, our Bloomberg Pursuits luxury car reporter. So, Hannah, I am driving a car that I don't know if you've actually driven it, but the BMW i7. So it's their flagship, luxury corporate executive sedan. Very big and comfortable, luxurious. It's got a huge TV screen in the back, but this one's all electric. And I thought the powertrain was truly impressive. Like, it really works well. But just like all electric cars, it annoyed me that I just keep watching the range go down and know that it's going to be such a bear to charge. Yesterday, I drove it into work. I had the guys in the garage plug it in at 7 a.m. I get down there to drive home to Scarsdale at 2 p.m. or 3 p.m., and it's only 61%. Like all day it's charging. So Hannah, what do you think about the big BMWs and going electric?
Well, I have to say I can totally relate to this anxiety that you're feeling with the electric vehicles, no matter how much range they say they have. And I'm a big fan. I haven't actually driven the i7. I've driven the EQS sedan, which is Mercedes equivalent to it. And I'm the same way. It's like I become fixated with watching the battery drop. And I'm actually surprised and happy that you had an available charger in the parking garage to charge it, because half the time that's not the case. You know, the automakers really, they all say, well, most people only drive 20 to 30 miles a day. It truly, even if you feel scared about watching range drop, it's not actually based in reality. Which maybe not.
Come on. I mean, the thing is, if I have no range and I need to go somewhere, I don't have 14 hours to wait until it charges at home. And then if I go look for a charger near me, there are some, but half of them don't work, and the other half I've got to wait in line behind five cars on two chargers. You know.
That's the reality of it. You know, I'm already thinking about how am I going to get to Las Vegas for the F1 race in November, and I've been offered some electric vehicles to drive out there. And you know, the thing is, driving an EV just to Vegas from LA, which you know it could be a 4-hour drive, it's going to be a bit more because I'm going to have to stop to charge. So that's just the reality of it, of a sort of a normal day drive that you could do, at least on the West Coast. In an EV, it does change the dynamic a little bit, but I mean, it's a nice car, right? On the inside.
So I absolutely love the car, and I never really thought about the 7 Series before. I always look at BMWs, and I think I like, you know, the sportier, the M3s, and if now I'm a dad, so maybe I should look at a 5 Series, but this changed my thinking about a lot of things in the sense that, okay, the i7 is impressive, but the battery thing, I'm not ready to mess with that now. So that's off the table. But then I looked back. The last generation, they had a V12 in the 7 Series. It was the M760Li. They'd never had an M7, but they have an M Sport version with a 12-cylinder engine. It's essentially, Hannah, as you know, the same as the Rolls-Royce 12-cylinder. Yeah. And they stopped making them in 2012. So I go to look on Auto Trader to see how much they're going for used, because new they were 165 or 180. Used, they're going for less than half. I'm finding 2020 M760Is on Auto Trader with just 25,000 miles for like $65,000. And now I'm thinking, I got to get one of these before they disappear.
Right. Yeah, that could be your in. I mean, smart buy early on. I don't think people will be, I don't know. How do you feel about buying a used electric vehicle? You know, that's another question.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I would want to, although maybe when charging stations are everywhere and range is more like 450 miles on all the cars, I won't care. But I feel like this, and I'd love to hear your take, because you also bought a used Rolls Royce. I feel like the used BMW M760 is a great purchase right now because it's relatively inexpensive with low miles, and they're not making any more. Like, this is the last one.
I think that's cool. I think having that engine would be really cool. You're obviously going to have no trouble finding, you know, parts and people to work on it. I mean, what's not to love? I think that makes a lot of sense.
What do we know, Hannah, or are we learning more about what we think the ultimate demand is for EVs? How deep is it out there? I'm just not sure it's as deep as maybe the industry's trying to lead us.
You know, that's a really good question. And Matt and I actually exchanged some emails about this the other day, where I think they were saying we've passed a 5% level of EVs in the market. And, you know, that was always considered by some to be the quote unquote tipping point, that once we cross that threshold, it's just going to go like wildfire and going to take off. And I just think that is a little optimistic. We're not seeing that for the very reasons that Matt is describing when he drives the i7. You know, as a second or third car sounds great, but if that's your primary driver, I just don't think it's doable quite yet.
Exactly. They're great for the wealthy.
Yeah.
Or if you're like a serious social justice warrior and that's all you care about. But otherwise, hey, Hannah, the other thing that we talk about in terms of like hyperdrive or the future of cars, one is EVs, obviously. The other one is autonomous driving.
Yeah.
And you have a piece out about level 3 hands-free driving. What does that mean?
Yeah, this is kind of a big deal. So there are 5 levels of autonomous driving from 0 to 5, 5 being fully autonomous. The car's a robo-taxi, basically. So Mercedes has just come out with level 3 driving, which is the first time an automaker in the US has been able to offer level 3. Now, level 3 means that you do not need to have your hands on the steering wheel ever, and you do not need to keep your eyes on the road, which means you can watch videos, read a book, take video conference calls, play games, answer emails, whatever.
Sleep.
Many automakers have a level 2, including Tesla, Audi, BMW, even Tesla's autopilot full self-driving, which they call full self-driving. That's actually level 2, which does require that you keep your hands on the wheel intermittently and you keep your eyes on the road. Mercedes did beat everyone to the punch with level 3. Now, there are some limitations. For instance, this level 3 drive that I did, it only works at speeds under 40 miles an hour in pretty heavy traffic, which that's great. I mean, that worked for me.
LA.
And yeah, you have to be on a highway. It doesn't work on surface streets. You have to be on a highway with at least 2 lanes of traffic. So it's still limited, but it is admittedly a big step forward.
That's and what it costs $2,500 a month. You did it in the EQS, which by the way I loved as well. Very luxurious, and I like the pedal feel. And what do you think about the fake sound?
I'm not a fan. We'll just say that, I don't like synthetic things. Polyester isn't fun to wear, and synthetic engine notes are my favorite. I know that you have to have some sound for safety and security reasons. I don't know.
This is funny because Hannah loves like the future tech and the advancements, and I'm the curmudgeonly old sort of purist.
We're not going to say cranky.
Yeah,
We're not going to say.
But I love I don't know why. I just loved in the i7. I love the fake sounds, but I thought the EQS did it the best in sport mode. It was like a roar. It was like a lion's roar.
Oh no! A lion? No. I mean, maybe a very futuristic sort of Tron lion. Yeah, maybe.
Admittedly, I don't spend much time with lions, so I don't know. But
all right, Hannah, thanks so much for joining us. As always, we love chatting with you and figuring out what Matt Miller is actually driving. Hannah Elliott from out in Los Angeles for Bloomberg News. Good stuff. I'm happy with my Q3.
No, it's an X3. You have an X3.
X3, thank you.
BMW X3.
That's
Q is Audi.
Yeah, that's right. I got the X3. I'm happy with it. It's great. So far, so good. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. Nancy Lyons has got news in our 99.1 newsroom.
Thanks, Paul. Her Senate colleagues are remembering Senator Dianne Feinstein following news of her death today at the age of 90. She was the longest-serving female senator and took on issues like gun control and the CIA's interrogation program. She won her seat back in 1992 in what was called the Year of the Woman. Senator Mitch McConnell spoke on the Senate floor today about her long career.
Dianne was a trailblazer in her beloved home state of California, and our entire nation are better for her dogged advocacy and diligent service.
It'll now be up to California Governor Gavin Newsom to appoint someone to serve out the remainder of Feinstein's term. He has publicly said he would not appoint any of the Democratic candidates who are running for her office in 2024. He has also promised to choose a black woman. The United Auto Workers Union is expanding its strike against GM and Ford to 2 more assembly plants. Stellantis is spared this time. The newly targeted plants include a Ford plant in Chicago and a GM plant near Lansing, Michigan. The strike began back on September 15th. A major free speech case that could have implications for the 2024 presidential race will be coming before the Supreme Court in its next term. We get details from Bloomberg's Nathan Hager.
The justices have agreed to review state laws in Florida and Texas that limit social media platforms' ability to police political misinformation on their own platforms. 2 trade groups are challenging the laws on behalf of Meta platforms, Google, and X. They say the laws would put onerous requirements on them to provide detailed reasons for content moderation decisions, leaving them potentially overrun with spam and bullying. The state's Republican governors say the rules will keep conservative voices from being silenced. A decision's expected from the Supreme Court by the middle of next year, months before the general election. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
Global news 24 hours a day.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg. Prospect of a government shutdown very much on the mind of Wall Street today. Stocks and treasuries have trimmed their advance. Traders are also contemplating walkouts against the automakers. Right now, we have got shares of General Motors holding on to a gain of 0.2%. Ford just turning negative, down 0.2%. Stellantis lower as well by 0.2%. S&P 500 index holding on to a 7-point gain above 4,300, 4307 now, up by 0.2%. The Dow is down 37. That is a drop right now of just about 0.1%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is up 88 points for NASDAQ. That is a gain of 0.7%. 10-year yield 4.55%, with a 2-year that's yielding 5.04%. Gold down 0.5%, 18.55 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude is down 0.4%, 91.31 a barrel. Wall Street is looking ahead to next week's jobs report amid questions about the strength of the consumer. Neil Dutta is head of U.S. economics at Renaissance Macro Research, and he was a guest this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
You know, look at initial jobless claims. They're plumbing new depths. And so, I think the fact that firings remain low, hiring intention broadly stable, to me, that's a reasonably good sort of first pass at continued job growth. And so long as employment is growing, it's hard to see the consumer correct.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Nike shares are jumping after a surprise quarterly report indicated that demand for the sportswear giant's goods remains strong and growing despite a challenging consumer environment. Nike shares up now by about 6%. Recapping, stocks are mixed. The Dow lower, S&P up by 8, a gain of 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Matt Miller, Paul Sweeney here with you, live in our Bloomberg studio, Midtown Manhattan.
We're still here.
Seems like the rain let up just a little bit, so maybe we got a little bit of a break here.
Well, the thing is, Governor Hochul said it could come back in the afternoon.
Well, yeah, I'm looking at my map. It could, but it looks like, I don't know what to see. But
she's no meteorologist.
No, I got my map on my phone, just like everybody else. I can do it. We're also on YouTube, so head over to youtube.com. If you like, do the video thing there and search.
It's Flannel
Bloomberg
Friday.
It's Flannel
Paul's
Friday.
in a full-on lumberjack flannel.
Boom. Exactly. Brought it out of the closet. All right, let's talk about risk here. I look at the VIX. Matt doesn't like the VIX, but I look at the VIX because it's on my screen.
I've been watching it a lot lately.
16.46. That is by no means in an area where people are freaked out about anything here. But, the question is the market properly pricing in risk?
No, it's not the 12 to 14 that it had been over the past.
No, which was amazing. Yeah. Nimrod Kang joins us, co-CIO and senior portfolio manager at North Star Asset Management. Nimrod, I wonder, thanks so much for joining us, first of all. Wonder how you guys think about risk, manage risk in your portfolio here, because it's been a crazy few years here.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Paul. And it's really interesting, actually, that you ask about risk, because at North Star, the last time I was on the radio here with you, we were talking about how it's a Goldilocks economy. The markets are at all-time highs. Just a month later, the market's down 7% from its highs. We all know what's happened in the bond market with the rise in the 10-year yields. So when we at North Star think about risk, we think about risk as our clients not being able to meet their financial goals and also not having their portfolios be in alignment with their values. The way we have approached risk is really think about what are the long-term trends that are in place. And that's where we think about some of this, the big change in the monetary cycle that we have seen, from the cost of money being free to actually having a price on money. And how does that change things everywhere, right? And in juxtaposed to that, there's also some major secular trends in place that have been in place for decades, if not longer. And those are related to ecological reckoning. We all know the extreme weather conditions we've been seeing. That's just the symptomatic of some of those trends that have been in place. Other one is related to aging demographics, again, been in place, but a big chunk of the population is entering the retirement age in the developed markets. And we're starting to see all that manifestation come through in the, in the labor numbers and so forth. So for us, risk is really trying to understand what are we trying to do for the long term to achieve those goals for our clients, but then also thinking about how do we boil it down to portfolio construction.
And what do you come up with there? I mean, we've been talking for the last, well, we had talked last year about the death of the 60-40 portfolio, but I guess this year it's been a pretty good deal.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, because we, especially on the fixed income side, we're looking at yields in agencies and so forth in the 6% range, right? Going out 10 years, 10 years. And if you really want to just hold those bonds to that point in the maturity and collect that 6% yield, that sounds pretty good. And for a lot of our clients, that makes sense in terms of meeting their objectives. And then when we think about equities for us, it's about having a very high quality equity portfolio consisting of companies that are just great, high quality, low debt, very good capital deployment run by capable management teams that are good stewards of capital and labor, and that are providing those essential products and solutions, which we think there's going to be demand for, going out 5-10 years. And that's really how we think about constructing those portfolios and thinking about risk.
One of the things that we talk about a lot, or is talked about a lot in financial services over the last really 4, 5, 6 years, has been ESG and the development of that as a factor, I guess. How do you guys think about that? Because it seems like in the U.S. at least, it's kind of lost some momentum here. It's become a little politicized, I guess.
Yes. So North Star has been doing socially responsible investing since 1990, right?
Oh, okay.
And the way that we think about socially responsible investing is coming from a different perspective, where we think that, there is no company that is going to be socially responsible, because the environment is evolving. Our sense of what was appropriate 30 years ago is no longer acceptable, right? There's more and more things that are being demanded. The society is changing. But we can use our shareholder rights on behalf of our clients to advocate for positive change at these companies, or for them to act in better ways, behave more responsibly, as we would like to call it. So, in some ways, Paul, if you think about in 1930s, the Financial Standards Accounting Board put in place that, you had to report financials a certain way. ESG is similar. There's the metrics. We don't think that you can look at, you can really understand how a company is shaping its environment or what it's doing by just looking at metrics, right? That's a starting point. We fully support that there's standardization in the industry to that account. But for us, it's really about making sure that the companies are upholding what we call our 5-pillar framework, that they are in alignment with this view that we have in terms of what they are doing to bridge the economic inequity, gender and racial equity. What are they doing in terms of human rights? What are they doing for environmental, all the different environmental aspects that we're looking at? And then what does that all say about their corporate governance? So it's not about ESG being in and out of fashion. It's about making sure that there are material risks out there, and how do we incorporate that in our analysis, right? So if we fast forward, there's this huge, we noticed this summer in itself was where we had extreme temperatures in all those different parts. Water is an area where there's more and more stress, water stress. How do we think about all those trends? It's not about a metric that's in fashion or not. It's the long-term sustainability, and to ensure that we do get those financial returns over long terms. They're not going to be there if the companies that we're investing in, their business models are threatened and they no longer can do business, right?
Yep.
So that's how we approach it here at North Star.
Hey, Nimrit, thanks so much for joining us and sharing your thoughts. We always appreciate that. Nimrit Kang, co-CIO and Senior Portfolio Manager at North Star. asset management. Just looking at these markets here, S&P 500, I'm going to call it. It's unched. I know Lisa Bromwitz does not like that term. That's why I use it. The Dow off about 0.3%. The NASDAQ up about 0.5%. So some red and green on the screen here. We'll keep you updated on these markets as we do. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news right now with Lisa Mateo.
Thanks, Paul. Walgreens may have his eyes locked on a new CEO. Sources tell Bloomberg it's considering former Cigna Group executive Tim Wentworth to lead the company. Now, final decision hasn't been made. Walgreens and Wentworth declined to comment. Shares right now up about almost 6%. And with many pilots still stuck in training, a major carrier is looking to military aviators for help in the captain's seat. Bloomberg's Denise Pellegrini has that story.
United Airlines has its eye on active duty pilots to deal with the pilot shortage, offering conditional jobs to the pilots after they complete their service. Michael Cooper, Senior Manager of Pilot Strategy, tells us the airline hopes to boost the percentage of its pilots direct from the military to as much as 40%. It's currently around 19%. United expects to hire 600 pilots a year through this program alone.
And right now, shares are up about 0.3%. A wireless headphone maker with a number of potential high-profile equity holders that include musician Drake and NBA player Chris Paul. It's filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Music Incorporated listed assets and debts between $10 million and $50 million. And remember that job search for a Taylor Swift and Beyonce reporter from USA Today parent Gannett? Well, in about 2 weeks, the publisher received close to 1,000 applications. It included Emmy Award-winning journalists, influencers with agents, and a White House reporter. Even though Gannett laid off about 600 employees last year, it says the new roles are part of a strategy to rethink coverage. Gannett shares right now, they're up about 2%. Those are the company stories we're following this hour. We'll have more Bloomberg Markets in just a bit. I'm Lisa Mateo. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Matt Miller and Paul Sweeney live here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Looking at these markets, really mixed here. We got the S&P off about 0.1%, the Dow off about 0.4%, but NASDAQ trading higher, up about 0.3%. So red and green on the screen there. Not a whole lot of direction. We did sell off from some of the earlier highs in the yield space. Looking at the 10-year, off about 2 basis points, 4.55% on your 10-year. And WTI crude oil remains very high. It's off about 0.4% today, but still over $91 per barrel. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. We'll get world and national news with Nancy Lyons.
Thanks, Paul. It is a somber day on Capitol Hill with news that Senator Dianne Feinstein has passed away at the age of 90. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer paid tribute on the Senate floor.
As the nation mourns this tremendous loss, we're comforted in knowing how many mountains Dianne moved, how many lives she impacted, how many glass ceilings she shattered along the way. America is a better place because of Senator Dianne Feinstein.
Feinstein died last night at her home in Washington. She'd been suffering from several medical setbacks after contracting shingles. She returned to the chamber in May. She was the first female U.S. senator from the most populous state, California, and was also the first female president of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors and the first female mayor of San Francisco. The United Auto Workers Union is expanding its strike against Detroit automakers, with UAW President Shawn Fain saying Stellantis will be spared in this latest round of targeted plants.
I'm calling on Ford's Chicago assembly plant to stand up and go on strike. And I'm calling on GM's Lansing Delta Township to stand up and go out on strike.
Fain says negotiations are continuing, and he does remain hopeful. Workers at 41 plants already are on strike, including all of Stellantis and GM's parts distribution plants in the U.S. The Supreme Court has agreed to review Florida and Texas laws that would sharply restrict the ability of the largest social media platforms to police political misinformation. The justices will consider whether the Republican-backed measures violate the tech firms' free speech rights by limiting their freedom to decide how material is presented and requiring detailed explanations for content moderation decisions. The court will rule by the middle of next year. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Paul and Matt.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. We appreciate it. In real estate news, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that an under-construction condominium set to be South Florida's tallest skyscraper is also upending price benchmarks in the area. At the new Waldorf Astoria Residences Miami, deemed the city's first super tall tower, a unit is coming on the market for $50 million. If it sells for close to that number, it would be among the priciest condos ever sold in the Miami area, records show. Still, the unit isn't the most expensive in the building, which consists of a series of stacked glass cubes. A buyer is in contract to purchase a roughly 30,000 square foot penthouse directly above this unit, according to Ryan Shearer, a managing partner at Property Markets Group, one of the developers. The unit was sold as raw space and is receiving a custom build-out for the buyer, he said. He declined to comment on the contract price, citing non-disclosure agreement, but said it would likely surpass the current Miami area condo record, which was set in 2015 with a $60 million deal at Fana House in Miami Beach. The Waldorf unit will have an estimated value of around $90 million, including the sale price and the cost of the custom build-out, Shear said. The $50 million unit, a roughly 13,100 square foot area spanning a full floor, can be customized to prospective buyers' preferences, he said. A proposed configuration for the apartment includes 6 bedrooms and 9 bathrooms, a private gym, a theater, a wine room, a library, a spa, and enclosed balconies with views over Miami Beach, downtown Miami, and the Atlantic Ocean. Not too shabby, but as someone pointed out to me, I'm not sure I'd want to be in that unit during a hurricane. So we'll have to see how that plays out. S&P 500 off about 0.1%. NASDAQ up 0.3%. Sound On with Joe Matthew from Washington, D.C. That starts right now.
from our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
We're talking about red and blue division within states. How busy is Donald Trump's legal team going to be? Is the economy stupid? Is that actually what will decide this race?
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
Federal spending combined with too lax monetary policy has produced this 40-year high in inflation.
China policy is driven basically by domestic politics.
American families are finding themselves further behind the 8 ball.
To get anything done in this Congress, it's going to have to be done in a bipartisan way.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
The government shuts down tomorrow. The auto workers' strike is expanding. And Senator Dianne Feinstein has died. Welcome to the fastest show in politics. With 3 major political stories developing today, we're going to spend the next 2 hours learning more, beginning with our conversation with Congresswoman Haley Stevens. The Democrat from Michigan has been on the picket line and is in the midst of the budget debate right now. Joins us live from the Capitol in just a moment. We seek analysis from our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributor, Democratic analyst Jeannie Shanzano is with us, along with Lisa Camuso-Miller, partner at Reset Public Affairs, former communications director at the RNC. Some important voices to hear from over the next hour, and we start right now on Wall Street with an update on trading this Friday, and Charlie Pellet.
All right, I thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Happy Friday. The Dow, the S&P, they are negative. Stocks turning lower since our last update. 7-point drop right now in the S&P, down by about 0.2%. We've got the Dow down 151. That is a drop of 0.5%. But NASDAQ, the composite index, holding on to a gain of 0.2%, up 30 points right now. The NASDAQ 100 index, full of those big tech names, up by 0.1%. 10-year yield 4.56%, with a 2-year now yielding 5.04%. Spot gold down 0.6%, $18.52 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude just above $91 a barrel, $91.32 right now on WTI. It is showing a drop of 0.4%. So what about the overall market backdrop? Dan Suzuki is Deputy Chief Investment Officer at Richard Bernstein Advisors.
There was a narrative that was, kind of overtook the markets of a Goldilocks scenario of resilient growth and lower inflation. Now, I think a lot of that story is somewhat intact, but I think just people are starting to price in the risk to that story.
And you can hear more of the conversation with Dan Suzuki on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcast. Rough sailing today for a lot of cruise stocks. Case in point, Carnival Corp after earnings. That stock now down 7.1%. It did post a profit for the first time since 2020, but issued a fourth quarter earnings outlook that missed Wall Street expectations. Norwegian also lower, trading down by 4%, and Royal Caribbean lower now by 2.2%. Again, recapping here, we're looking at a mixed Friday. S&P 500 index down 9, drop now of 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you. Welcome to the Friday edition of Bloomberg Sound On. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We've got a lot to talk about. Of course, the biggest story of the hour here is an attempt to keep the government from shutting down this weekend as the House prepares to vote on a continuing resolution. I'm not going to get too far in the weeds because it'll probably be different a couple of hours from now. But the headline at Bloomberg Government says it all. Our chief budget reporter, Jack Fitzpatrick, the headline, "Stopgap work drags on as shutdown deadline nears." That's kind of all you need to know. As Jack writes, lawmakers expect to shut the government down after tomorrow night's deadline. The House and Senate continue work on separate stopgap funding measures and have not even started bicameral negotiations. So midnight Saturday Night Live, apparently this is all going to happen, although that's what we've been hearing for weeks. And still, the slow motion train wreck happens before our eyes. I'm glad to say that joining us from the Capitol right now is Congresswoman Haley Stevens, Democrat from Michigan's 11th District, who we're going to talk about a couple of things with, including the latest from the UAW. Congresswoman, it's great to see you, and thank you for joining us on what I know is a very busy day. I'm told that you might have to leave, actually, in a few moments to go vote on a continuing resolution. Is that going to happen today?
We might get the hook mid-interview, and the bell might sound. I might have to go and vote, and you are correct that in the dark of the night, a continuing resolution dropped from House Republicans. It passed through the Rules Committee earlier this morning. It's moving through the House floor, and it's really, frankly, quite astonishing because it hasn't been negotiated in good faith with the other chamber of this institution I serve in, with the Senate. And we also know it needs to be signed by the president. So it appears that Republicans are acting in a very isolated way, trying to pass through unbelievable cuts, gutting a heating assistance program, gutting health services, gutting our food safety systems. And I've had a chance to digest as much of this bill as I can, and I don't plan to support it.
Well, we're told as well it would be DOA in the Senate. So clearly we're spinning our wheels here, Congresswoman, and it looks like there will be a shutdown tomorrow night. Can you tell us what the plan is? Will you stay through the weekend, assuming that that's the case? Do lawmakers keep working until this is done?
That right now appears to be the case. We are getting guidance that we will be voting through the weekend. And let me just be clear, this is entirely manufactured. And in fact, it's been quite befuddling to me, given that when I started Congress, I was sworn in 2019 during a partial government shutdown, that this is where we're going back to. And it's coming from the other party. This just isn't a way to govern this country. We know we're not always going to agree, but it just appears that a few in the Republican Party are holding everyone hostage. We're going to shut down this government, cost us money with the attempt to what? They're not sure what they're going to get as a result of this, and it's really quite unfortunate and frankly frustrating.
I hate to be repetitive to our listeners, Congresswoman, but I can be a stickler, I guess, sometimes. I'm just still struck by the fact that last August, there was an agonizing debate, a weeks-long debate that prevented a default to make a deal that would avoid all of this drama, the debt limit deal that set top-line numbers and created a structure, I guess I should say, for this budget negotiating process. That, of course, fell through. The Senate wanted more, members of the House wanted less. I just wonder your view, though. If Speaker McCarthy brought that back to the floor, it passed comfortably in bipartisan fashion, would it pass again today?
Well, I would say that it did pass at the time. It might not pass now, but in this business, we are in a place where your word is everything. And so we weren't supposed to be in this place. We agreed to top line numbers. We pass annual budgets in this country. I mean, I'm starting to look to Q1 of next year, thinking about where we're going to be in March when we're working on the 2025 budget. Will we have a budget for this year? Are we going to put the American people through repeated shutdowns? Looking in the crystal ball. I was just on the floor of the House talking with colleagues, and I've almost never seen anything like this. We're all looking at each other with blank open eyes, wondering what's going to happen, wondering when the Republicans are going to come to the table. So, yes, you're right. We passed a deal in August. Would it pass today? It seems that the extreme few who have now taken the Republican Party and therefore the country and our Congress and somewhat our country hostage by their demands, I don't know if they'd pass something like that again. And that's certainly why they're heading towards a government shutdown right now.
So the earth is shifting under our feet, obviously. I want to ask you about the UAW, Congresswoman, but I'm curious about two things. What you make of this motion to vacate. We keep hearing about if there is a vote on a CR, apparently Matt Gaetz will try to fire Kevin McCarthy. And are you hearing from moderate Republicans? Are you guys whispering in the halls about how you're going to save this?
Well, I'm going into a meeting with the Problem Solvers Caucus later this afternoon. I'm not sure if that is going to be on the docket. Our meetings are private, but that is a bipartisan group. And frankly, what I've been hearing around motion to vacate right now are rumors. I was in the middle of working last night when a Washington Post story broke about potentially replacing Speaker McCarthy with Tom Emmer. That hasn't necessarily been verified. Mr. Emmer rejected those concerns. I think these rabble-rousers are just trying to do anything to wrest control. And maybe those holding the line see that as not necessarily the best path forward because they'll just be right back where they started. But one thing is clear. Trust has been broken. Trust has been broken with Mr. McCarthy and the Democratic caucus and apparently the White House. And Now it seems like within his own conference, which is why we are in this place. The American people are sick of manufactured crisis. I'm sick and tired of this as well. We don't need to be in this place. We were passing a CHIPS bill last year. We were doing infrastructure at the beginning of the term. We were lowering the cost of prescription drugs. The American people need a government that's going to work for them. And yes, we need to tackle long-term realities around our debt and our deficit, but this is not the way to do it. We've been doing this for 10 years, and it just doesn't cut it.
We're talking with Congressman French Hill a bit later on. The Republican from Arkansas reportedly had some choice words. I believe it was an F word for the aforementioned Matt Gaetz. Congresswoman, does that kind of symbolize the state of the Republican conference in the House?
Well, I wasn't in that meeting, but I will say I have the utmost respect for Mr. Hill. We actually both serve as co-chairs of the task force on American hostages and Americans wrongfully detained abroad. I've worked with him very closely on my constituent, Paul Whelan, the longest detained American in Russia. And I think when someone like French Hill is reportedly losing their temper, you know something's not going right in the Republican conference. And we're hoping cooler heads prevail. We're hoping that these extremists, we don't really know what's motivating their concerns right now, will put the country first, put good governance first, put stability first. We just had a COVID-19 disruption just a few short years ago that we just made our way out of. We got a lot of good things going right now. Let's not manufacture this type of scenario.
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll relay what you said to Congressman French Hill when he joins us on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV at 5 o'clock later today. Congresswoman, we've got big news from Detroit. This would be our lead story on any other day without the government shutting down. It looks like Ford is back on the naughty list. The UAW is stepping up strikes against GM and Ford, not Stellantis this time. But now that we've crossed another deadline, are we in any better place than we were a week ago?
I continue to be hopeful that these negotiations will play out as the workers are intending them to, for their stronger wages, for some of the paybacks from the concessions that they made 14 years ago. And I'm not in the deal-making room. I know that this is painful. It's tough for the workers who are striking. We really can't forget that. And hearing the stories on the picket line, I'll tell you, when I was last home in Michigan, a 38-year UAW employee, he told me, he said, I wish I could afford the GM Silverado that just drove by our picket line. And that's just not their reality. And it's interesting. I had the Detroit Regional Chamber in my office today, and they expressed similarly to almost everyone who's talking around the strike right now locally in Detroit, the workers deserve a raise. The workers deserve a raise. It's obviously not that simple as just waving a magic wand. There's a lot of back and forth. It does seem, according to some of the Detroit headlines right now, that we're not in that immediate place to sign the deal. We know these strikes are continuing. These ones that have been announced today are quite large. And frankly, I wish I was home in Detroit to be with the workers, to be talking with the suppliers, and negotiating that deal as best as I can as a lawmaker.
Well, I see, Congresswoman, that you've reintroduced a bill to protect union workers in federal vehicle contracts. The UAW Job Protection Act would require federal contract bidders to disclose all plant locations, interestingly, where vehicles will be made, along with some other details. To what extent are the big three exposed to federal contracts?
They are somewhat. This law came, or this bill, I wish it was law yet. This bill came about because of the contract awarded to Oshkosh Defense Industries around the Postal Service truck vehicles. They were supposed to be made with union labor. The contract gets awarded. Midway through, they decide, well, we don't have the capacity here, so we're going to move this to a non-union shop. We certainly could see something like this pertain to the big three, and that would actually be a great date because they're unionized shops. I'm really proud of this piece of legislation. I've got a lot of co-sponsors. It's something we should get done. And frankly, it's very frustrating as a lawmaker when we pass these laws and then they go to be implemented around infrastructure, around the Inflation Reduction Act. We've got union provisions, prevailing wage provisions in there, and then somehow they get cut out as the deals go forward. And I do oversight, but we've got to take it a step further, which is why I've introduced this legislation.
I have to ask you while you're with us, Congresswoman, I didn't think we'd be speaking this long with, I know, your looming votes, but we've lost Dianne Feinstein. We learned this morning that the senator has passed at 90, the longest serving female U.S. senator who, of course, inspired many women and men, for that matter, to enter politics. And I wonder if you have any reflections on this news today.
Yeah, well, thank you for the chance to reflect on the line of the Senate, Dianne Feinstein. She was such a champion for gun safety. She led the assault weapons ban, and she blazed the path for so many women and her family, her legacy. It's in my thoughts. We were just on the floor of the House. Speaker McCarthy was in the chair. Nancy Pelosi, our Speaker Emeritus, was behind the podium, and we had a moment of silence for Senator Feinstein. Obviously a tough time for her family and a real loss for the Senate at this time.
Yeah, I appreciate your weighing in on that. Congresswoman, thanks for joining. It sounds like you're a no vote on the CR. Did I get that right before you leave us?
I don't plan to vote for this bill that would gut critical funding for so many Americans and programs that we rely on, and frankly, something our president wouldn't sign and wouldn't make it through the Senate. We need a real deal. Let's be mature. Let's get that done.
I know it's a busy day in the Rotunda. Thanks for joining Congresswoman Haley Stevens, the Democrat from Michigan, here on Bloomberg Sound On. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, where it's going to be a working weekend. Hey, maybe I'll talk to you Sunday night. Don't make plans for that. As we bring our panel in now, Jeannie Shanzano joins Democratic analyst and Bloomberg politics contributor, and Lisa Camuso-Miller is here as well. What a perfect panel to have today. Partner at Reset Public Affairs, former RNC communications director. We're going to try to get to both sides of this, and we've got a lot to talk about here. Jeannie, I can't imagine what's going through your mind right now, because we've talked about this something like every day for the last month. We could have avoided this if serious people were at the table, couldn't we?
That's right. And your conversation with Representative Stevens, I mean, she is just so clear, and she is absolutely 1,000% right. This is a manufactured, man-made crisis. It doesn't have to be this way. And it is being manufactured by a small number of Republicans to the detriment of all of us. So it is not surprising. From one perspective, we knew it was coming, but it is shocking that they would push us to this degree, and also shocking that Kevin McCarthy doesn't call their bluff and say, fire me, I'm going to do the work of the American people.
Yeah, right.
You want to do. He hasn't done that yet. That's shocking.
All right, we'll add the voice of Lisa Camuso-Miller coming up as well, because, you know, look, if they vote on this CR that Haley Stevens is about to vote no on, he gets fired, right? That's what Matt Gaetz said. Let's see if we call any bluffs today. Our panel's up next. Jeannie and Lisa. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 121 on Wall Street. Stocks are now at the lows of the day. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg. We are on track for our fourth week of losses for the S&P 500 index. Right now down 14 points. That is a drop of just about 0.2%. We have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average lower by 184 points, down 0.6%. But NASDAQ is holding on to a gain, a 6-point gain right now, up by less than 0.1%. 10-year yield, 4.56%, with a 2-year that's yielding 5.05%. Spot gold down $13 the ounce to $18.50, a drop there of 0.8%, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil is also lower right now, close to $91 a barrel, 91.17, drop there of just about 0.6%. Bottom line here, stocks lower, S&P reversing an advance as traders contemplate strikes, the prospect of a government shutdown, and interest rates staying put at the highest rate in a decade. Speaking about those auto strikes, Michigan Democratic Congresswoman Haley Stevens was interviewed about the walkouts moments ago right here on Sound On.
I know that this is painful. It's tough for the workers who are striking. We really can't forget that. And hearing the stories on the picket line, I'll tell you, when I was last home in Michigan, a 38-year UAW employee, he told me, he said, I wish I could afford the GM Silverado that just drove by.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Sound On podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. The European Union is examining alleged anti-competitive abuses in chips that are used for artificial intelligence, a market that is dominated by NVIDIA. NVIDIA shares are higher now by 0.9%. Again, recapping, stocks are trading mixed. S&P down 15, down 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
Speaker Kevin McCarthy preparing for the government to shut down, also preparing votes on a continuing resolution today after votes on spending bills last night. He actually held a bit of a news conference this morning to take a victory lap for the progress that has been made on the eve of this shutdown.
Last night, the House did something none of you sitting here thought we can do. The number of questions I could take in the number of weeks about doing appropriation bills. I told you, don't give up on us, because we're not giving up on the American people. We passed 3 appropriation bills: defense, state, and foreign ops, and homeland security.
Did you hear that? They got 3 done. Unfortunately, they need 12. As we reassemble our panel with regular order in mind here, Jeannie Shanzano is with us along with Lisa Camuso-Miller, who was at one time the communications director for the RNC. She's now partner at Reset Public Affairs, spent time in a Republican speaker's office and knows exactly the conversation that's taking place. Are you chuckling right now, Lisa, over this victory lap on 3 spending bills, or are you too depressed?
Well, you know, Joe, this is it's hard to laugh about, because it really is the livelihood of so many American people. I mean, we think about government shutdown. It doesn't just affect the government workers. I mean, it expands out to so many other people. But look, I think Speaker McCarthy is the right man for the job. He is absolutely trying to balance all of these different agendas, all of these different personalities, and he's making strides. He continues to punch above his weight. He continues to surprise people. And all of these other, I mean, to Representative Stevens' point, all of these other mischief makers, this small, corner of the House Republican Conference, they are as powerful today as they will ever be, because they continue to threaten the speaker. But the truth of it is that there is no candidate that they could get across the line. There is no speaker that they could put in place. And there is no one else that could do the job better than Kevin McCarthy. So no, I don't think that this is our best demonstration of American politics at all. But I do think that a lot of the hyperbole and nonsense that's going on in the fringes about the speaker himself is really super unfair.
He was asked about this directly in that same conversation with reporters about the motion to vacate. I'm curious, though, and I'll play you what he said. Lisa, how many people are we talking about here? I mean, we're generating headlines all over the world. Is it Matt Gaetz? We know it's Matt Gaetz. Is it 2 other people? Is it 4 people? I mean, you could count on a hand, correct, the number of lawmakers holding this up?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, on one hand, I think. And I think that there's probably contours of a variety of folks in the Freedom Caucus that are agitating in one direction or another. But the truth of it is that the mastermind behind all of this mischief is Matt Gaetz, and it's because he has a personal vendetta against the speaker from everything I see. Mm-hmm. So this alone, it's petty, it's childish, it's honestly, it's bad government, and it really needs to stop.
Well, it came up, as I mentioned today, Jeannie. I don't know if you think of Matt Gaetz as a mastermind. I know Lisa didn't mean it that way. But here's Kevin McCarthy's answer to, you're reaching out to members to try to see if you can survive a motion to vacate.
I've never asked anybody that question on. I don't intend to. The best thing to do is just lead.
Just lead, Jeannie. I suspect there's some wisdom there, but is it going to work?
Well, God willing for all of us, it works. But we are now, just several hours away from a really dramatic shutdown. We will have 2 million people in the armed forces and law enforcement who will work and not get paid. But you know who will get paid? Kevin McCarthy, Matt Gaetz, every member of Congress, the president, right? Because they get paid under the Constitution. So we do need leadership, but this is not the kind. And the reality is, this is a result of a deal Kevin McCarthy made to have his job. We still don't know what was in most of that deal because it's apparently not written down. And when reporters go on the Hill and ask him, he won't say. So we don't know a lot of what's in that deal, but he made the deal to get this job. So I don't think this is about Matt Gaetz, and I don't see Matt Gaetz as a mastermind or any of those other folks. This is about Kevin McCarthy. He's right, have to lead. But you cannot lead if you start your job with your hand tied behind your back, promising that you will be beholden to the far right or far left or any single member of the caucus. That's not the way leadership works. He did show leadership when it came to default. He walked away from that deal to save his job. He has to stand up and say, fire me. I'm going to lead for the American people. Fire me, Matt. Let Matt Gaetz move ahead with the motion and see where the chips fall. But he's not doing that. He's doing everything he can to save his job. And that's why we are all in this position, so he can save his job.
Well, I know that you see this a little bit differently here, Lisa. If the motion to vacate if Matt Gaetz goes there, what happens next? Kevin McCarthy's got to be talking to the rank and file about this now, and Democrats too.
I think that that's probably Matt Gaetz's last best move. I mean, I think that's the last time that he has any power at all in the conference. The motion to vacate only takes, it takes a small, it takes one vote, right? But then we watched how the speaker's race went. We saw 15 votes, right? And that was for Kevin McCarthy, who had a large swath of support in the conference already. So to me, this seems like it's Groundhog Day over and over again. This just happens to be the one that is the most public and most recent. But I remember a time when Louis Gohmert and other members in the House were yelling and screaming about the possibility of challenging whoever the front runner was, and they could never get the votes, Joe. And so this is just noise. It's distraction. And look, to the Congressman's point earlier, it's childish and it's unnecessary.
Okay, so you don't think it would succeed. The Washington Post is out with a screamer this morning saying Tom Emmer is being teed up as the next Speaker of the House, that members want a contingency plan in case Kevin McCarthy gets fired. Lisa clearly doesn't buy it. How about you, Jeannie?
I don't see any sign that Tom Emmer wants this job. Who on earth with any sense would want this job at this point? As the representative said, and you have talked about many times, Joe, this is not just Kevin McCarthy. It is a Republican caucus that is ungovernable. Just ask Ryan, just ask Boehner. If he falls, Kevin McCarthy will be the third Republican speaker in the last several years to fall because of a caucus that is ungovernable. So I don't think Tom Emmer would want this job. job, but if he took it, is he some kind of magician who would make this all work? I don't see how that could happen. And if Kevin McCarthy does work with Democrats to keep the government open or to keep his job, he's going to have a heck of a time trying to do anything else while he remains speaker. It is a huge conundrum for him and anybody else who tries to lead this caucus at this point.
Lisa Camuso-Miller, you worked in the Speaker's office, in Dennis Hastert's office. What's going on behind closed doors right now?
This is the longest days of their lives, Joe. These people are working nonstop, working constantly to find ways to get members to come across the line, to support various negotiations as they're coming through. It's cutthroat, it's emotional, they're exhausted, and it's honestly, I'm tired just thinking about how much work is going on right now between the staff, the leadership, the policy teams, the whip team. There's so many people involved in this process, and no one is sleeping. It is they're working their butts off, for one, and they're doing everything they can to try to get this over the line. That's apparent to me, and that's apparent from the disposition the speaker has had with every time he comes to the sticks and talks to reporters, is that they are working as hard as they can to get this right. But I think that we're not there, and we're not going to get there by 12 midnight on Saturday night and Sunday morning.
Wow. She's having flashbacks live on the air here. I'm feeling for you, Lisa. I don't mean to pull you back into all of that. But yeah, the cots are coming out, right? The takeout food, the wine bottles are coming in. This is a working weekend in Washington, and we'll keep you posted on all of this as we get closer to the deadline, but it looks like this is done. Lisa Camuso-Miller and Jeannie Shanzano back with more of our panel next. As America wakes up to the headline, Dianne Feinstein has died. We'll talk about her legacy, what it means for the balance of power, and next steps here in Washington, D.C. Let's get you up to date on world and national news. In the meantime, Nancy Lyons has that from the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. Senator Dianne Feinstein, as you mentioned, passed away at her home in Washington last night at the age of 90. Holding back tears, the Senate Majority Leader, Senator Chuck Schumer, remembered his colleague while speaking on the floor of the Senate.
Dianne didn't just push down doors that were closed for women. She held them open for generations of women after her to follow her.
Feinstein had faced questions in recent months about her age and health after missing months of work in the Senate after a fight with shingles. She was the longest-serving woman in Senate history. There were also tributes today at the Pentagon, with Joint Chiefs Chair General Mark Milley retiring. President Biden noted his years of dedicated service.
She was a historic figure, trailblazer for women, and a great friend.
General Charles Q. Brown will be taking over the military's top post. No end yet to the strike against the big three automakers. UAW President Shawn Fain says negotiations are continuing, but they're expanding their strike against a Ford plant in Chicago and a GM plant in Lansing, Michigan.
What we win at the bargaining table depends on the power we build on the job. It's time to use that power. That's why I'm calling on an additional 7,000 members across Ford and GM to go on strike.
Fain says the union had also planned to strike at a Stellantis plant, but that was put on hold after progress in their talks. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts. I'm Nancy Lyons.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Slight bounce off the bottom for the S&P 500 index, but still very close to session lows. We're on track for a losing week, 4 in a row for the S&P 500 index. Right now, the index is down 12 points. That is a drop of just about 0.3%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average at 33,505. Right now, the Dow is down 160 points, a decline of 0.5%. NASDAQ, though, holding on to a 13-point gain. The NASDAQ Composite Index up now by about 0.1%. 10-year yield at 4.55% with a 2-year that's 5.04%. Spot gold down $13 the ounce, down 0.7% to $18.51, while West Texas Intermediate crude lower by 1%, $90.76 a barrel on WTI. Well, as for the bond market outlook, right now, again, we've got the 10-year at 4.55%. Dana Dioria is Co-Chief Investment Officer at Investnet Solutions.
Is it really that surprising where 10 years are, given where 2 years are, given all the economists, the newly minted bulls that we've had in the last few months, even the Fed itself saying, hey, we think we're going to stick the landing, there's no recession here?
And you can hear more of the conversation with Dana Dioria on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. As we have been reporting, and yes, our coverage will continue, the UAW plans to expand its strike against GM and Ford to more assembly plants, but the union will spare Jeep, SUV, and Ram truck maker Stellantis from additional walkouts. Shares of the automakers, right now, they are lower. GM down 0.7%, Ford down 1.2%, Stellantis down by 0.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
So Ford is back on the naughty list. The UAW, as you've been hearing on Bloomberg, is expanding its historic strike against all three of the big three, this time targeting GM and Ford. Remember, a week ago at this time, they held off on Ford because progress was being made. This week, it's Stellantis. They're holding back on Stellantis, and we heard about this from Sean Fain a bit earlier, of course, the head of the United Auto Workers.
What we win at the bargaining table depends on the power we build on the job. It's time to use that power. That's why I'm calling on an additional 7,000 members across Ford and GM to go on strike starting at noon Eastern today.
Newly targeted facilities, a Ford factory in Chicago produces the Explorer, and a GM plant in Lansing, Michigan, manufactures the Chevy Traverse, according to Sean Fain. They had planned to strike at Stellantis, but something obviously happened here. They've been making some progress. Let's bring our panel in for more on this. Jeannie Shanzano, Lisa Camuso-Miller. It's just one of the stories that are developing. I'm trying to keep up with the news here to get both of your takes on them. Jeannie, how's this hit you now? It doesn't sound like much of anything has changed in the last week. Does this just keep escalating?
You know, I think for the time we were seeing some light at the end of the tunnel that seems to maybe have subsided a bit, unfortunately, but I do think it was good news that the union was talking about a 30 as opposed to 40% pay increase. That's the right direction for them to go. And, you know, we all knew this was going to be a long strike, and I think we are set up for that at this point. And let's not forget, you know, we've talked about the fact that the writers out in Hollywood, they have reached an agreement apparently, but we are looking at a healthcare strike now in the next few days, next week potentially. So the strikes and the labor uprising across the country continues, and it can be really detrimental to the economy, but is just an indication as the strike summer now becomes strike fall, and that doesn't seem to be subsiding at all.
Boy, that's for sure. Lisa, we saw both Joe Biden and Donald Trump speaking to union workers, I guess, both in their own ways this week. Joe Biden, though, was on the picket line. At what point does this become a liability politically for him, or is it already?
I think it's already, Joe. I mean, this is a president who has been a friend of unions for a long time, for as long as he's been in public office, and he is proud of that. And that's why he went. That's why he went to the picket line. That's why he went to do what he could to be helpful. Unfortunately, though, if you're in the White House, you are going to bear the burden of any of these bad economic news. And Jeannie's point is right on. This is going to have far-reaching impacts, and it's happening all across the labor market. And you know what? And good for them that they're speaking up and speaking out and getting noticed and getting the workers what they deserve, but also too the impact as we talk about government shutdown. All of this is going to have a tremendous impact on the economy, and unfortunately for the president, he's going to bear the burden of that.
We are watching the House floor. I want to mention, as we stand by for a final vote here on a continuing resolution, it appears enough Republicans have already voted no to sink this. It's not going to happen. That basically guarantees here, although you knew that when you woke up, that the government will shut down tomorrow at midnight. Jeannie Shanzano and Lisa Camuso-Miller are with us as we reflect on another top story today. We can just keep on going here. Dianne Feinstein has died. Of course, the longest-serving female senator, now passing at 90. And there are a lot of questions about what happens next, but I'd love to hear from both of you on her legacy. Nancy Pelosi spoke from the House floor, a very emotional address as she asked for unanimous consent and gathered the entire California delegation in the well of the chamber. A taste of what she had to say.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of speaking with great sadness and emotion about the loss of our great senator, our senior senator from California, Senator Dianne Feinstein. I do so, as I say, personally, as a friend, neighbor, and fellow San Franciscan.
She won her seat, of course, in the Year of the Woman, 1992, as it produced 4 new female senators, tripling the number of women in the upper chamber to 6. This is a tough day for a lot of Democrats. Obviously, Nancy Pelosi emotional. Jeannie, what's going through your mind?
Yeah, I mean, and I would say she had an awful lot of friends across the aisle as well. And so it is a very tough day. I think the word you hear most often attached to her is a trailblazer, rightly so. She really was, as you mentioned, 1994, 4 women elected to the Senate, and we called it the Year of the Woman. You know, the first time we saw 2 women representing our largest state of California, and she did so for so long. I think the thing I'll remember most about Dianne Feinstein is her ability to reach across the aisle. She was a trailblazer, to use that word again, as it pertained to issues that still haunt us today, like gun control. She also was willing to speak truth to power, even when it was not in the interest of her own party. We never forget that after 9/11, she releases the report about the treatment of detainees, much to the dismay of many Democrats. So she's a real sort of example for us today at this really partisan time of somebody who governed herself and reached across the aisle and worked with people from the other party. And of course, she will be sorely missed, as Representative Haley told you, Stevens rather, and as we just heard from Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah, Lisa, Jeannie's right. She was known for her tussles with the intelligence community, with gun makers. How should we remember Dianne Feinstein?
Unapologetically American and just loyal and patriotic. And she was a leader and a hero for so many, so set aside all politics. What I loved about the senator is that she really did speak to power. I mean, she really did stand up to those, regardless of politics, regardless of party, and did the right thing. And that's the way she will be remembered. She'll be remembered for all of the historic marks that she hit, you know, from being the first female mayor of San Francisco to being, the elected in the Year of the Woman, 92. I mean, just a big loss for the Senate, a big loss for the Senate, and a big loss for the country.
Another veteran in the Senate as well, as we consider the next generation here. I appreciate the comments from both Lisa and Jeannie. We bid farewell today to our chairman of the Joint Chiefs as well, as he steps into the next chapter of his life. In a parting shot, wait till you hear what General Milley had to say about the former president. We'll have that next with our panel. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
But is it now? Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. NASDAQ just turning negative. So right now we have got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all in the red. Citigroup says investors should start snapping up some regional bank stocks that were battered by this year's sell-off. Analyst Keith Horowitz initiated coverage of Huntington Bank shares and Zions Bancorp with buy ratings after their shares tumbled by more than 25% this year, pulled down by concerns about the finances of regional lenders following the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank. On a down day for stocks, Zion up now by 2.4%, Huntington Bank shares up by 1.7%. A fresh slate of Wall Street firms has agreed to collectively pay tens of millions of dollars to regulators over their employees' use of unmonitored communication channels on the job. And with more, here's Bloomberg's Denise Pellegrini.
Well, Charlie, the Securities and Exchange Commission says firms including Interactive Brokers and Robert W. Baird broke rules that say employees' business communications had to be safe. And the penalties add to the more than $2.5 billion that almost 24 other banks have agreed to pay the SEC and the Commodity Futures Trading Commission to settle similar investigations into the use of text messages on personal phones and of WhatsApp. And of course, financial firms are required to monitor and save communications involving their businesses to head off potentially improper conduct. Charlie?
And that's Bloomberg's Denise Pellegrini. After earnings, Carnival Corp down 7.9%. Norwegian lower now by 4.8%. Royal Caribbean down 2.9%. Those are our top company stories.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
We're live from Washington, and we'll talk to Bloomberg's Kaylee Lyons in just 5 minutes. She's live on Capitol Hill, where it appears a stopgap bill to keep the government running has just failed in the House. How many do we count? 15 Republican nays? That's right, it's done. We heard earlier this hour from Congresswoman Haley Stevens, a Democrat who wasn't voting for it either. So this thing's shutting down tomorrow. Let's get to the news now. Nancy Lyons has an update. World and national news from Bloomberg 99.1 Newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. A little more detail on that story you just mentioned. A last-ditch Republican funding effort did just collapse in the House, leaving the government on the verge of a shutdown. Hard-right Republicans rejected the package as insufficient, even though it did call for spending cuts of nearly 30% to many government agencies and also included border security provisions. Well, the longest-serving woman in U.S. Senate history has died at her Washington home. Bloomberg's Steve Potusk has more on her more than 3 decades of service.
Dianne Feinstein's more than 30-year tenure as a U.S. Senator was the longest in history by a woman. Her time in office was distinguished by battles against the U.S. intelligence community and gunmakers. She cracked glass ceilings as the first female president of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors and the first female mayor of San Francisco before winning her Senate seat in 1992. Feinstein was the first woman to serve on the Judiciary Committee, the first to chair the Rules Committee, and first to chair the Intelligence Committee. In Washington, I'm Steve Potusk, Bloomberg Radio.
Feinstein was 90 years old. California Governor Gavin Newsom will now need to appoint someone to replace Feinstein for the remainder of her term, and he has vowed to appoint a black woman. New York City is under a state of emergency with torrential rains causing issues throughout the city. That's according to Mayor Eric Adams.
Some of our subways are flooded, and it's extremely difficult to move around the city.
Mayor Adams has warned people to be careful. Manhattan and Brooklyn have already seen about 6 inches of rain. Las Vegas police have arrested a man in the deadly 1996 drive-by shooting of Tupac Shakur. It's a long-awaited break in a case that has frustrated investigators and fascinated the public ever since the hip-hop icon was gunned down on the Las Vegas Strip 27 years ago. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Joe.
All right, Nancy, thank you. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs has stepped down, General Mark Milley, in a ceremony that took place a bit earlier today that included, of course, the general, but also the president of the United States and the incoming, the now chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General C.Q. Brown. General Mark Milley's remarks are making news today, remembering his tussle with former President Donald Trump and the more recent remarks that Donald Trump made on Truth Social, even suggesting that Milley be killed. Here he is from the event earlier.
We don't take an oath to a tribe. We don't take an oath to a religion. We don't take an oath to a king or a queen or to a tyrant or a dictator. And we don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator. We don't take an oath to an individual. We take an oath to the Constitution, and we take an oath to the idea that is America, and we're willing to die to protect it.
Wannabe dictators. Maybe I'm stretching. I think we know who he was referring to. Jeannie Shanzano and Lisa Camusa Miller with some final thoughts here. I've got that right, don't I, Jeannie?
I think you do. I think you know his name starts with a D and his last name starts with a T. And good for Mark Milley. This was an attack on all servants of the country and all people serving in the military. He said that many times. The idea that you're threatening him and his family with execution because he tried to reassure China, it is just the height of insanity. So good for Mark Milley for calling this out.
And C.Q. Brown, you trust the new chairman, Lisa, despite some comments from Tommy Tuberville?
Yeah, I'll consider the source on that, Joe. I think that we're going to be in great hands. And I so wish General Milley all the best. What a patriot and a tremendous time served for our country. And good for him for getting in a final shot.
Well done, Lisa Camusa Miller and Jeannie Shanzana. Really glad you could both be with us on an historic day for 3 different reasons. Hour 2 of Sound On starts right now.
Now, from our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
We're talking about red and blue division within states. How busy is Donald Trump's legal team going to be? Is the economy stupid? Is that actually what will decide this race?
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
Federal spending combined with too lax monetary policy has produced this 40-year high in inflation.
China policy is driven basically by domestic politics.
American families are finding themselves further behind the 8 ball.
To get anything done in this Congress, it's going to have to be done in a bipartisan way.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
We're really doing this. Welcome to Hour 2 of Sound On as the federal government prepares to shut down tomorrow at midnight, even as lawmakers in both chambers try to move on stopgap funding bills. One just failed in the House. We'll see what happens in the Senate, but it doesn't matter because neither would pass in the other chamber. Are we following this? We'll bring you inside the Capitol coming up with the latest now from Bloomberg's Kayleigh Lyons. We'll talk it out as well with Ben Harris, director of the Economic Studies Program at Brookings, former Assistant Secretary of the Treasury in the Biden administration. We'll focus on the shutdown as well with Bloomberg Politics reporter Ryan Teague Beckwith and spend time later on this day that the UAW expands the auto strikes in Detroit with our colleague David Weston, the host of Bloomberg Wall Street Week. How about we go up there right now? Kayleigh Lyons has her microphone open. Her camera is on as we listen to Matt Gaetz, the congressman from Florida, is just outside the House of Representatives, of course, threatening a motion to vacate against Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Let's listen live. All right, so that's not going to happen. Can we talk to Kayleigh? There I see him. Let's listen to Matt Gaetz.
The agriculture bill with some Midwesterners who didn't like the cuts that the rest of the conference had supported, but the Senate can move on to those bills. Now, I know there's a lot of old muscle memory over there in the United States Senate, and it's going to be hard to crowbar them away from what they've always done in continuing resolutions and omnibus bills, but you just saw the resolve of House conservatives to stand against that.
It looks like resolve to you, but for people who don't follow this closely, who just see votes failing, hear about government shutdown, what do you say to people who think House Republicans just can't get it together? You guys can't govern.
Well, I think in the spring and in the summer to consider these bills. We've done more legislating in the last 48 hours than we have done in the last 8 months. And for, an NBC News reporter to be nodding along with me shows that there is some utility to what we are forcing. So look, when you actually govern, some stuff fails. What I'm used to for the last 7 years around here is everything is scripted, and then the American people get screwed with more debt and more spending that they do not want. And now these programs are subject to individual review, and some of my amendments passed, some of my amendments failed. But at the end of the day, we voted for the bills to fund the government.
But aren't you worried about the pain in your district?
Do you have a plan to continue funding the Federal Disaster Relief Fund if the government shuts down? States like yours still need that money.
Yeah, we look, I think that we've got to get onto those bills. We've got to get onto the energy and water bill, and I think that we'll see some action in the Rules Committee to get onto those bills.
But that doesn't address FEMA. FEMA's running out of money.
Yeah, they're not out yet.
So at the 4 o'clock conference meeting, is that going to be your message that your expectation is that the House is here over the weekend grinding out amendment votes?
Yes,
on appropriation
I
bills?
want us here. I want us working 18 hours a day. Last night, we were here voting until midnight. Night before that, we were here voting until midnight. This place under Kevin McCarthy looks more like a French work week on most days where we leave on a Thursday, show up on Tuesday. We are here working, and we're working because of the dedication and resolve of House conservatives that want to take votes and fund the government. But the Senate is wasting time. My message really is to Senator Schumer and the other senators. We are not going to do continuing resolutions. You need to proceed onto the veterans bill. You need to proceed onto our military bill. Don't leave our veterans and our military and the Border Patrol holding the bag because Senator Schumer wants to continue doing things the way they've been done where the procedures sort of fit.
All right, we've been listening live to Congressman Matt Gaetz there on the steps of the U.S. Capitol. This following failure of a continuing resolution that Speaker McCarthy brought to the floor, a stopgap funding bill that would have kept us assuming in some other alternate reality that it passed the Senate and become law, would have kept us from shutting down tomorrow night.
On this vote, the yeas are 198, the nays are 232. The bill is not passed.
There's that. Not that this is a shocker. Everyone woke up this morning knowing the government would shut down tomorrow, but there was a thought that maybe some progress could be made. We saw the House pass 3 spending bills. That won't keep us open either. The Senate set to vote, it looks like, on at least a cloture vote on a CR tomorrow. Matt Gaetz clearly doesn't want any part of it, and he has threatened to fire Kevin McCarthy if he moves on a continuing resolution. So this is not getting any easier. Can we bring Kaylee Lyons in from the scene there? Is it possible? We'd like to talk to Kaylee at some point here. All right, excellent. Kaylee is there with us now, having just been in that scrum with Matt Gaetz. So is everyone staying in town to work the weekend? Kaylee, Haley Stevens told us earlier that was her expectation.
Well, that's what Congressman Gaetz just said as well. Others, too. I caught up with Marjorie Taylor Greene, the congresswoman from Georgia, after she also voted down this continuing resolution. And she said she would like to see everybody stay here through the weekend and start working on the appropriation bills. Basically, all of these no votes, that has been what they are saying. They want to go through the process of passing these spending measures. The thing is that they're likely going to have to do it through a government shutdown, Joe. We know that the clock runs out at midnight tomorrow. And with this CR going down today, it seems like there is absolutely no way at all that we're going to avoid that shutdown happening. So they'd like to keep working through the weekend, but it becomes a matter of whether or not anyone's going to agree to do a CR eventually, if they can get enough people on board, or if there's going to be enough members who just want to go through the appropriations process.
Did Matt Gaetz just make any news there on a motion to vacate Kaylee? Is Kevin McCarthy going to get fired for even bringing that CR to the floor?
Joe, he said right now his focus is on passing the appropriation bills. He did kind of skirt around that question. He was asked, though, if he has had conversations with Democrats, what he offered Democrats potentially to get on board a motion to vacate. He says he hasn't talked to Democrats at this point. So it'll be kind of a wait and see on that front. I have, though, spoken with several other Republican members of Congress today, including Chip Roy, for example, who have said it would be a mistake for then Kevin McCarthy to go and turn around and do a deal with Democrats. He said that when he was asked if Kevin McCarthy is on thin ice.
So is it a madhouse up there, or are things starting to quiet down? It sounded like crazy time in the Cannon House office building when we spoke with Congresswoman Stevens, but maybe that was the peak of activity today. I don't know how much is left here. Kaylee, what are you hearing?
Yeah, it's definitely thinning out here at the Capitol steps now that the vote is over and members have started to trickle out. We've seen a few scrums like the one I was just in. We do know that the House Republicans will have a caucus meeting at 4 p.m. today, so that may be the next factor of activity that we have to consider. But for right now, things are a little bit more quiet. And, of course, there's stuff going on in the Senate as well. They're trying to work on their own CR and the border question in that chamber.
I miss you in the studio, Kaylee, but we're awfully lucky to have you there right here, right now. Kaylee Lyons from Bloomberg, of course, reporting live from Capitol Hill. Thank God Kaylee came to Washington. Hi, everybody. Let's keep this conversation going as we've been reporting. And if you're just joining us, the CR in the House has failed, and the government is heading for a shutdown tomorrow at midnight. You may not be surprised by either of those developments, and Ben Harris may not be either. We're joined now by the Vice President, Director of the Economic Studies Program at Brookings, former Chief Economist of the Treasury Department. He was also a former Assistant Treasury Secretary in the Biden administration, and he's all ours at the moment. Ben, it's great to see you as we try to understand what's actually going on inside the Treasury right now. When it becomes clear that a shutdown is happening, what are the next steps?
Well, the Treasury Department, like every other federal agency, has put out contingency plans, understanding that this might actually happen. Much of Treasury operations will continue as normal, so at least for the short term. So Social Security recipients will continue to receive their checks. Payments will generally continue to be processed. Within Treasury, the big disruption in operations will come from the IRS. So, for example, the IRS has said that it may have to stop processing some tax transcripts. So think about when you apply for a mortgage and you get this tax transcript, that might be interrupted. And so roughly half of IRS employees will not report to work, is my understanding and reading of the contingency plan on day one of the shutdown.
We got a warning from Moody's. I'm sure you saw that, Ben, just a couple of days ago, threatening to join Fitch and S&P in removing our top credit ratings. How likely is that to happen, knowing that we'll continue paying our debt?
Well, Fitch obviously felt comfortable doing it, and Fitch, if you read the justification for the shutdown, what was featured centrally in that was the inability for the U.S. government to continue doing its job. And so this just feels like this massive unforced error. I mean, we have known about the start of the fiscal year for literally years. We've had a framework for this going back to May when you saw that bipartisan compromise coming out setting discretionary spending levels. So this is not a surprise to appropriators. It's not a surprise to Matt Gaetz. It's not a surprise to the extremists in the House who are trying to blow all of this up. So, I think that what we can expect moving forward is a lot of displeasure, not just from American people, but also from legislators who felt like they had a deal in place.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, if the downgrade is going to be based on chaos and deficit spending, how about we just rip off the Band-Aid, because neither will be changing anytime soon, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to focus on the crisis which is directly in front of us, and this is a government shutdown. One point I want to make is that not all government shutdowns are created equally. So you go back to 1995, we had that 21-day shutdown, but that only impacted about a quarter of discretionary spending, and military was not included. You go back to the shutdown that happened under the Trump administration that lasted for 35 days, only about 33% of government spending was impacted, and the military was not included. We're talking about the whole suite of appropriations bills here. 100% of discretionary spending is potentially on the table. So this shutdown could even be worse than ones we've seen in the past.
I saw you in the deal book this morning, Ben, and you were talking about the impact that this might have on Fed officials' ability to manage inflation, to forecast, to model around the economy. And you wrote, quote, "It's like a pilot trying to land a plane without knowing what the runway looks like." That's where we are now.
That's where we are now. And, the Fed is just another example of an entity in the U.S. economy that relies on the government for either information or for processing or for providing services. And so the Fed is obviously in the middle of a very difficult period when it comes to making decisions around FOMC. And we may ask members of the Fed to make a decision about monetary policy without knowing what the unemployment rate is, and that is just crazy. And I'm not sure that these really extremist members of the House are, considering this as part of their calculus when they're pulling all these stunts.
Well, I suppose not, but we should remind our viewers and our listeners here, Ben, that we will not get economic data until this is solved. That could be weeks. The impact on the markets alone, being in the dark like that, could be significant.
Exactly. We have no idea how long this is going to last for. And a lot of the economic disruption intensifies over time. So you've probably heard that TSA screeners, air traffic controllers will report to work on day one. That's true. But look, these people all have bills to pay, and if they're not being paid, they have to go make the money somewhere else. And so when we've seen in really long government shutdowns in the past is that you start to see these increased rates of these workers calling in sick. Look, our nation's domestic travel system is pretty central to the U.S. economy, and if it means you can't go through security, if it means you can't safely travel on an airplane because an air traffic controller isn't reporting to work, that's a pretty steep economic cost. And I could give you a dozen different examples about how this impacts the U.S. economy, but the point is that the magnitude of the shock, the intensity of the disruption increases over time.
Yeah. Well, isn't that right? Is it possible, maybe you can bring us inside the Treasury Department here for a moment, will they have their own estimates on economic data? Would Commerce, for instance, have its own? Does the White House have data that just simply won't be released publicly, or those numbers will not be available, period?
Those numbers will not be available, period. Now, you've seen some Fed officials say, look, we can turn to other sources of data. They can turn to private sources of data to try to get a sense of what's going on. But if I'm on the FOMC, or if I'm staffing someone on the FOMC, I really want the best data possible so that person can make the best informed decision. there's nothing that substitutes for a federal inflation report. There's nothing that substitutes for the employment report. There's just that's too comprehensive, too well established, and there's really no substitute for those data sources.
Are we making phone calls to foreign debt holders? Is there business? Are there transactions with overseas governments that are impacted by this?
Not that I'm aware of. I think that the debt payments will continue to be made. This isn't quite as severe, or really anywhere near as severe as the debt ceiling impasse that we were dealing with back in May of this year. That doesn't mean it's not costly. So Goldman has an estimate that this will subtract about 0.2% off of growth. About 3/4 of that impact comes from federal employees not getting paid, and the rest comes from the private sector. But I think that most of the payments will continue to be made. What doesn't happen is that things like small business loan applications, those won't get processed. But as far as the payment system for the federal government, in most circumstances, that will continue as normal.
We're spending time with Ben Harris, former chief economist of the Treasury Department. He's now head of the Economic Studies program at Brookings. Interesting headline today from Janet Yellen, Ben. I'm not sure if you saw this, but I'd love your take if you did. She was talking about recent prices showing that the price cap on Russian oil may not actually be effective, that it may not be working. And we know that Russia has brought in billions of dollars in dark oil exports. What do you make of this news?
So my take on the price cap was that the price cap was enormously effective over the first half a year or so after it was put in place. Russia has undertaken countermeasures, which I think probably surprised no one, and has shifted a larger share of that trade outside of the price cap coalition. This doesn't mean that the price cap isn't effective or wasn't effective in the past. It was. What it means is the coalition needs to adapt and evolve and put in place remedies that push back against those countermeasures that Russia has undertaken.
So what should the next step look like? Should this remain in place?
Oh, it should definitely remain in place. I think the next step is increased enforcement on behalf of the coalition. So not just within the United States, but in Europe and in other coalition countries. I think it could take steps such as potentially banning the sale of tankers to Russia. I would have liked to have seen that measure be put in place. But it's really a focus, I think, on enforcement, rather than adjusting the price cap levels. We need to keep a fairly substantial share of Russian oil trade under the price cap for it to remain effective. And that's really what's up to the coalition to take on next.
Really glad you could join us today. Ben Harris, Vice President, Director of Economic Studies at Brookings, formerly with the Treasury Department of the Biden administration, and a very recent memory with reflections here of what's happening at the Treasury now with our government set to shut down tomorrow at midnight. We'll continue to bring you voices from inside the Beltway to better understand what's happening in this time of chaos here on Sound On. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg. We are at the lows of the day on the S&P 500 index, down 19 points now, a decline there of 0.5%. S&P 500 index reversing an earlier advance as traders contemplate strikes. The prospect of that government shutdown, as well as interest rates staying put at the highest rate in decades. Case in point, 10-year yield 4.56%, with a 2-year now at 5.05%. Stocks lower, Dow Jones Industrial Average now slumping by 229 points, a decline of 0.7%. Nasdaq is down 0.1%, down 12 points, giving up earlier gains. 10-year, as I mentioned, 4.56%. Spot gold down $17 the ounce to $18.47, a decline there of 1%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.9%, $90.87 for a barrel of WTI. S&P Global Ratings says a looming U.S. government shutdown threatens the economy, but probably will not challenge the country's sovereign debt rating. So what to expect at the Treasury Department when the government shuts down? Ben Harris is Vice President and Director of the Economic Studies Program at Brookings. He's also a former Chief Economist at the Treasury Department, and he was interviewed moments ago right here on Sound On.
Within Treasury, the big disruption in operations will come from the IRS. So, for example, the IRS has said that it may have to stop processing some tax transcripts. So think about when you apply for a mortgage and you get this tax transcript, that might be interrupted. And so roughly half of IRS employees will not report to work, is my understanding and reading of the contingency plan on day one of the shutdown.
Nike shares after earnings, they are surging now by 6.9%. Recapping lows of the day, the S&P down 19, down 0.5%. That 10-year yield 4.56%. Lots of moving parts to today's trading. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
On the eve of the shutdown, which I feel like I've been saying now for weeks. I have been, haven't I? Thanks for being with us on the fastest show in politics. Bloomberg Sound On. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Ryan Teague Beckwith is with us now at the table as well. He came in just to celebrate the history of the moment here. They don't ring a bell, I guess, when the government shuts down. I feel like something should happen, maybe fireworks, one last gasp here in Washington.
It does feel like one of those things where cable news loves to have the countdown clock.
Yeah, right.
You know?
Do you know that Bloomberg TV has one?
Do we have a countdown clock?
We put an order for that. I started running it the other night.
Does it so we're, countdown to my appearances on the show?
That's right. We'll start using it for that after the
good.
shutdown.
Yeah.
Definitely. I feel like, though, we're as cool as the other kids. We have a countdown
All right,
clock.
good.
We have a countdown clock. It's been suggested to go 2 to 3 days. It may as well be 2 or 3 weeks because nothing's going to change. Isn't that true?
Look, the votes today were not good. They keep getting worse. Somebody
CR failed.
Yes, some member of the House said that the CR was deader than Julius Caesar. I think that's entirely unfair. Julius Caesar was killed in the Senate. And this died in the House.
He was in the upper chamber.
Yes, he was in the upper chamber. I don't know if they had a lower chamber in Rome. I don't know. I'm not one of those boys who thinks about Rome all day. Yeah, I mean, it's if anything, normally this would be when, sometimes what you see is the sort of the public-facing side of things is a stalemate.
Yeah.
Right up until those last, 12 hours or something like that. And then suddenly there's like a sort of a rapid advance of legislative, action. And this one is kind of following, it's like it's getting worse. It's getting more stalematey as we head to the deadline. So I'm not optimistic. I feel like we're going to shut down on Saturday because I just don't see a path out of this. And then the question is just sort of how many days of bad publicity do they go through in order to sort of persuade, the key number of people to switch sides?
You wonder to what extent reality, sets in. Your staff isn't getting paid. You're getting a lot of calls from folks, including reporters, who have nothing but bad things to ask about, and maybe things feel different by the middle of next week.
I mean, people do still call their member of Congress when they can't get a passport, for help. I mean, there's a whole part of the Hill that just helps people in a normal week with that kind of thing. So you're going to start getting those calls saying, I can't get my passport. I'm supposed to go overseas for a wedding, and what's going on. I'm not getting paid. Like, the garbage starts to pile up in the national parks, and they put the caution tape around the Lincoln Monument. So, like, those things, I think that there's a number of members of the House who were not here for the last big shutdown, and even more members who weren't here for the shutdown before that. And I don't know that they maybe all realize, like, how much you see a lot of people saying, like, oh, it's just a shutdown, it's no big deal. And when you start getting those calls and you're inside the building, I think it starts to sound different.
Because of the passing of Dianne Feinstein, because of the UAW strike, this is a heck of a news day here. Maybe not everybody saw General Mark Milley earlier or heard what he had to say. This is his last day on the job. I guess he's technically out now. General C.Q. Brown is officially now the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs. I know you wrote about the president's democracy speech yesterday that he delivered in Phoenix, invoking the name of John McCain. We also know what Donald Trump had to say about Mark Milley on Truth Social last weekend, essentially calling for his death. We know that Mark Milley has increased security around his family. And this was what he had to say on the way out.
We don't take an oath to a tribe. We don't take an oath to a religion. We don't take an oath to a king or a queen or to a tyrant or a dictator. And we don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator. We don't take an oath to an individual. We take an oath to the Constitution, and we take an oath to the idea that is America, and we're willing to die to protect it.
We don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator. Not a lot of confusion there.
This is remarkable, okay, because on the one hand, when you watch these kinds of speeches, and I've seen these speeches before, your storied military career is coming to an end, and you get up and you give a speech, and there's a sort of a boilerplate that you give in these speeches, and it typically includes things like, we're one country, and members of the military come from all over, and we serve, and it is the language that he says here. If I wrote that down, I probably could find something similar to that. We take an oath to uphold the Constitution. Out of the 24 farewell speeches, I don't know, probably more than half of them have had some variation of that line. But in the context here of what he's saying, this is Mark Milley, who stood up to Trump on January 6th, who was in the days and weeks ahead of it, was warning people if Trump tries to stay on as president, like, the military is not going to back him up, who was in the days after January 6th calling our allies and even some of our not so allies around the world to sort of reassure them that the steady hand was on the tiller, and which is why Donald Trump said that he deserved execution. I mean, he said in days gone by, people who did these things would have been executed. So I want to be careful in not saying that he was wishing him death, but merely implying that someone like him should be put to death under the way things used to be. So, very careful caveat.
He likes to do that in his speeches. He talks about, like, in the old days in the casino, they'd bring you downstairs, and he has a thing for the old
it's
muscle.
A way of threatening someone without formally threatening them. It's a won't someone rid me of this meddlesome priest? And then, oh gosh, someone happened to kill the meddlesome priest. Right. So it is a rhetorical strategy, but it is a threat, and I think it's perceived as a threat. And so when he says this in his farewell remarks, it is on the one hand totally anodyne kind of remark, but it's also the subtext here is it's like almost a Hatch Act violation. I mean, it's almost like he's talking about the 2024 presidential election, and which you're not supposed to do, because he's clearly aiming these remarks at Trump. And for the Joint Chiefs of Staff chairman in his farewell remarks to say that, to essentially imply that the previous commander-in-chief whom he served under was a wannabe dictator, it's just one of those moments where every now and then you have to kind of stop and go, that's not normal.
He'll never forgive Donald Trump for that walk across Lafayette Park, will he?
No, I mean,
wasn't that the moment?
I think that was also the moment this deal is resolved because he agreed to go to Lafayette Park, and then received a lot of criticism for being in uniform at what amounted to a Trump campaign moment, holding a Bible in front of a church and condemning Black Lives Matter. So I think that was a moment when he may have realized that people were watching him more, politically than he previously had thought. I mean, members of the military who get to that position, they try to be apolitical. They really do. And I think that sometimes you can see, like, when someone like Wesley Clark, ran for the Democratic nomination for president and suddenly was stumbling over like really sophomore level, like, political questions because he never faced them, had never thought about them. Like, what do you think about abortion? He was like, gosh, I don't know. I mean, it was sort of funny to watch. And one reason why I'm always skeptical of people who think that military officers should run for office is that they're not good at politics. And I think after Lafayette Park, I think he kind of got a lesson the hard way in what can go wrong and thought long and hard about it. And I think that may have been one of the reasons why he was so forward-looking when January 6th was happening in terms of, like, how might this be perceived and what might happen. So it's a very interesting. I would love to quiz him about that.
Love to see what his next move is too.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's clearly telling all. He's clearly not holding back. So we've seen the magazine profiles. You might see a book or something like that.
That's right.
Sure. You can always, if you step down from a position like this, you can always write a book about leadership or something like that.
Make some well-paid
Go on
speeches.
Tour, have one chapter where you kind of say some stuff, and then that will get publicity for it.
Give that to the paper to put out.
Go on book tour.
Hey, so enjoy your shutdown weekend. I don't know what you're going to do to celebrate, but let's get.
I don't think I'm going to a national park or a museum.
That's not what you're going to do. That much we do know.
Definitely not.
Ryan Seebeck with Bloomberg Politics reporter. Look for his piece on President Biden's speech in Phoenix on the terminal and at Bloomberg.com. Great to see you as always, Ryan. Let's get a check on world and national news now. Nancy Lyons has that in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. Hard White House Republicans this afternoon voted against a Republican stopgap spending plan to keep the government open past tomorrow's midnight deadline. So it is looking more and more likely we will see a government shutdown. Her Senate colleagues are remembering Senator Dianne Feinstein following news of her death at the age of 90. She was the longest-serving female senator and took on issues like gun control and the CIA's interrogation program. She won her seat in 1992 in what was called the Year of the Woman. Senator Mitch McConnell spoke on the Senate floor today about her long career.
Dianne was a trailblazer in her beloved home state of California, and our entire nation are better for her dogged advocacy and diligent service.
It'll now be up to California Governor Gavin Newsom to appoint someone to serve out the remainder of Feinstein's term. He has publicly said he would not appoint any of the Democratic candidates running for her office in 2024, and he also promised to choose a black woman. A suspect is in custody in the 1996 murder of rapper Tupac Shakur. Las Vegas police say Dwayne Keefe D. Davis was arrested early this morning. Global news, 24 hours a day. Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, all in the red, just about the lows of the day on the S&P 500 index. We are on track for another losing week, 4 in a row for the S&P 500 index. Stocks turned negative while the rebound in treasuries melted after the head of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, John Williams, said the central bank should leave interest rates high for some time. Right now, we've got the 10-year yielding 4.56%, with a 2-year at 5.04%. The S&P is down 20, a drop there of 0.5%, and again, just about the lows of the day. The Dow down 218 points right now, lower by 0.7%. The NASDAQ Composite Index had been higher for much of the session. It is down now by 3 points, down by less than 0.1%. Spot gold down $18 the ounce to $18.46, a decline there of 1%. West Texas Intermediate crude in the red, down 1.1%, $90.69 for a barrel of WTI. BlackRock CEO Larry Fink expects 10-year Treasury yields to top 5% as shifts in geopolitics and supply chains make inflation more persistent. Fink spoke earlier today at the Berlin Global Dialogue Forum.
We're going to have 10-year rates at least at 5% or higher. Because of this embedded inflation, this structural inflation is unlike anything. And I think business leaders and politicians are not providing the foundation to help explain this.
And again, the 10-year right now, 4.56%. The United Auto Workers Union is expanding its strike against General Motors and Ford to more assembly plants, but the union will spare Jeep, SUV, and Ram truck maker Stellantis from additional walkouts. Shares of the automakers, they are all lower. GM down 0.6%, Ford down 1.2%, Stellantis lower by 0.8%. Recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 17, drop now of 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
So Ford takes a backseat to Stellantis now in the eyes of the UAW. There was another noontime deadline today. We're surrounded by deadlines. The government shuts down tomorrow at midnight. The other countdown clock brings an escalated strike, just not against Stellantis. Sean Fain, of course, the head of the UAW, made that clear in his Facebook Live address earlier today.
Stellantis made significant progress on the 2009 cost of living allowance, the right not to cross a picket line, as well as the right to strike over product commitments and plant closures and outsourcing moratoriums. We are excited about this momentum at Stellantis and hope it continues.
I guess they're not excited about GM and Ford, and that's where we begin our conversation with our friend David Weston. Of course, the host of Bloomberg Wall Street Week. He's going to be talking about this later on in the program, but we remind you that David grew up in Michigan around all of this. His dad works in the auto industry, and he brings us his view now. David, it's good to see you. I was a little scared you couldn't get the studio in New York. You guys have had like 7 inches of rain.
I'll tell you.
Seek refuge in Washington.
I actually went out for lunch, which was a terrible decision. You need a boat to get around. A boat, for goodness sakes. It's really terrible, Joe. You're happy you're in Washington. This man has to go
on television later. Yeah, don't let David leave the building again unless he has a spare suit. You're going to have to row your way back. So it's happened again, David. I'd love to ask you about the shutdown as well, but the UAW scales up again, and it doesn't feel like a lot's changed from when we talked this time last week.
Yeah, they're just picking different good cops and bad cops, right? Last week it was Ford's doing a really good job. This week, well, Stellantis is coming along all right, you know? So I think that Sean Fain's sort of having a good time here. He's going to keep going, but he's trying to get as much hydraulic pressure as possible. And he has come down a little bit on his numbers. The numbers are getting a little closer together, but it doesn't look like they're very close to a resolution, does it?
Well, no, and then Bloomberg reports this week that the end game is actually 30%, that the union still has more wiggle room here. I'm sure he didn't want that story to get out. I don't know, maybe he did, David, but it just doesn't seem like there's light at the end of the tunnel. Like, you know what? Next Wednesday, this will all be over. We have no idea, do we?
Well, no, I certainly don't. That's for sure. But one of the things I think that's complicating this is it's not just this strike, not just these wages involved. There are larger forces at play. Certainly, the workers feel that they have been passed by with a lot of inflation going on, that they didn't really take advantage of increased wages from. No question about that. But at the same time, we also have that pesky problem with the electric vehicles, where Ford is saying, we don't like the idea of you guys actually moving into the battery plants. We don't have authority to do that. So it's more complicated. So we sat down actually with Zanny Minton-Beto. She's the editor-in-chief of The Economist, and talked to her about the various forces that are coming to play in this situation, the auto workers. By the way, we just got through the WGA. We're not done with SAG-AFTRA yet. This is what Zanny had to say.
There's a sense that Labour is in a stronger position. But I think part of the motivation is also a concern about what the next wave of technology means, whether it's, you know, with the UAW, whether it's EVs and the shift in the nature of car manufacturing, whether it's AI, all these technologies are on the horizon. And there's a sense of concern about that change and a kind of grabbing of the gains while you can. And perhaps also, as so often, unfortunately, with unions, there's a bit of a sense of let's stop history, I want to get off. And that's the worrying bit.
Stop history is a little tricky, isn't it, Joe? In general, that's sort of hard to do. And it does feel sometimes like that's what people want to do, but there are bigger forces at work here that may make, as you suggest, Joe, this go on for longer.
Nobody's talking about a lockout. And I'm sure that the automakers don't want us to talk about that either. But I just wonder at some point, if this stretches into weeks, do the big three have a hammer that they can pull out?
Well, I got to tell you, funny you raised that. I have lived through a lockout. When I first took over ABC News, we had an off-year election to cover.
Oh, God.
And about a week before that happened, we had sort of random sort of people stepping out because we didn't have a contract. They'd gone off contract. And the company, I didn't decide it. The company above me decided we're going to lock them out. So we put on an off-year election coverage, actually, with none of our below-the-line workers. It is not fun.
Wow.
I'll tell you, it is not a fun experience. It is tough. And it really does, it really offends, hurts feelings. It's hard to get past that personally when you lock out a union.
And this is why I guess we're not talking about it, David. We are going to lock out some federal workers, though, it looks like, starting tomorrow night. The government shutting down. I mean, to think that the CR couldn't even pass today in the House, knowing it would fail in the Senate, just to be able to say, hey, we got something done while we were trying. This has been pretty desperate, David Weston. If we can't figure out now, what makes us think we can weeks from now?
Yeah, and the problem is not just not figuring out, but we don't have a process, I don't think, for figuring out. We also on the program tonight, we have Ruchir Sharma from Rockefeller International.